Hello and welcome to the Blazor WebAssembly e-commerce online course. I'm Patrick, and first let me give you a quick overview of what you're going to learn in this course. Alright, so a quick overview of this e-commerce web application with Blazor WebAssembly. Don't get confused by the developer tools here. We will use them a lot. That's why I opened the console. We will also have a look at the network tab, of course, to see the web API calls, for instance. But apart from that, when you start the application or when you enter the start page of my shop, very creative, I know, then you see the top products of today. And this simply means that all our products got a featured flag. And when this is set to true, then you can see these products here and already select them. But apart from that, you can already go to them via the categories, of course, and you see that the menu looks a bit different than the default application of a Blazor WebAssembly app. So we will change that. And then, of course, you can enter these categories like the books, movies, and so on. Maybe you want to watch Toy Story, so let's add this to the cart. And here you can see it now, change the quantity, and also check out. Apart from that, we can also use the search. For instance, if I want to buy Diablo 2, it's already suggested here. So we can select this one and add this one to the cart. Or if I just enter something like science, this is also suggested now. You can see the pagination here. I know 2 products is not very much for one result page, but you know, for learning purposes, we do it like that because we do not have hundreds of products here. So we can also change the pages. But then when we want to check out, we see our products here. And now one important part for me is, together with all the other stuff, that we can log in here. And I got a special guy here, Tony@stark.com, and enter the proper password. You see now there's one more product, and that's Ready Player One, and that's simply because we store the card in the database, of course. And that's because I really don't like it when I visit an e-commerce page, a website, whatever. I put something in the shopping cart and I come back a day later and everything is gone. Really hate this, but this is not happening here because we will use the local storage to store the cart. And also when the user then registers for an account or logs in, we will merge the local storage cart with the cart in the database. And this is what you see here now. So we got Ready Player One, Toy Story, and Diablo 2 resurrected. And now we can check out. And with that, we get redirected to a Stripe checkout page. We can now pay with Google Pay, for instance, or with our credit card and so on. And after that, we get back, see a success page and so on. I don't want to show you everything now, but this is in essence what a normal user can do. Also see the profile, of course, add an address, change the password, and also see all the orders of this user with some details, of course. For instance, where is it? Half-Life 2 and one more. And then we can see what actually was bought here, what's the price, and so on. But Tony Stark is also an administrator, so he can change, well, the categories, the product types, and the products itself. For instance, instead of the books, we want to call it now Amazing Books. We save this, and we can already see the change here in the menu. And of course, we can hide this thing or display it again. Same for the product types. And most important stuff, of course, are the products. So we can change the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, for instance, change the image, description, add more variants, delete it, and so on. So lots of stuff to cover, and I hope you're motivated now and want to keep watching because you will already learn a lot in the next couple of hours. So enjoy. So to give you some context, everything you're going to see was recorded with .NET 5 and Visual Studio 2019. Now, when I recorded this was close to the release of .NET 6 and Visual Studio 2022. Still, I think you can totally use everything you're going to learn here and all the code and everything with .NET 6 and Visual Studio 2022. So still, there's lots of value in the next couple of hours. Just have a look at the video description below. There you can see the table of contents, so you see lots of stuff. The final course though will be re-recorded in .NET 6 and using Visual Studio 2022. It's not released yet, well, at least by recording this thing here, but maybe when you're watching this, the course is there, and in this case, you can simply check out the link in the video description, then you will see the complete course. But if it's not released yet, and even if it is released, kind of confusing, I know, but still, if you want to be the first to know when this course is available, then please consider subscribing to my newsletter, and then you will be the first to know when this course is there, and there will be a discount and so on. Nonetheless, this is the newsletter. Now, I hope you're going to learn something. I'm pretty sure you will. If so, I would really appreciate it if you click the like button and subscribe to my channel. It really does make a difference. And last not least, thank you so much to everybody buying me a coffee. Really appreciate it, and I really need it. This was a tough year. As you can see, maybe if you know me already, this is another apartment that you can see in the background. We moved for the 3rd time this year. Crazy year, really. Well, anyways, thank you very much. And now I'd say enjoy the course. Alright, so we open a Visual Studio. In this preview here, it's still 2019, but it might be the case that when you watch this, there is already Visual Studio 2022, and I guess it's totally fine to do that with 2022 as well. But anyways, let's just create a new project, and what we want to create is a Blazor WebAssembly app. You see it here in the recent project templates, but of course you can also just search for Blazor, and then in this case we choose Blazor WebAssembly, not server. It is Blazor WebAssembly, the typical form of a single page application, or SPA in short. So please select Blazor WebAssembly. And then we give this thing a name, for instance, Blazor e-commerce. Hit next again. And now again, similar to the Visual Studio version, I'm doing this preview here with .NET 5. Totally fine, works marvelously. In your case, you might want to choose already .NET 6, and I guess there's not a big difference here. And of course, I will update this whole thing, this whole course with .NET 6 as well, so that you're able to see everything with the latest version of .NET. But for now, let's just do this, in my case, with .NET 5. The only thing you shouldn't use, I guess, is .NET Core 3.1, although the changes are not that big as well. Anyways, .NET 5, in my case, we configure this thing for HTTPS. That's great. And very important, please select ASP.NET Core hosted so that we get 3 projects, including the server project, which is a web API in essence. Authentication is not necessary in this state here, and we do not want to build a progressive web app. So .NET 5, or in your case maybe .NET 6, no authentication, but HTTPS and ASP.NET Core hosted, and then we click create. All right, nice. And now, as you can already see here in the Solution Explorer, in my case on the right, we see 3 projects in the solution. We've got the client project, the server project, and the shared project. You see the server project in a bold font. That means that this is the start project in our case. So when we hit the run button here, the actual project that is starting is the server project. But a few words about these 3 projects. The client is really the front end in this case. So everything you see in your browser, for instance, we will start it in a second. So the index page here, then there's a counter page. Maybe you already know this, so I wouldn't start from the beginning. If you are a total Blazor newbie, then I recommend watching my Blazor WebAssembly Full Stack Bootcamp. Maybe you get some more information out of this, but still, I'm sure even as a newbie, as a beginner to Blazor, you can get along just fine. So we will have a look at this in a second. We've got our pages here. We've got shared components that you can use in other pages. We will do all this along the way. And in the server project here, we've got our controllers, meaning this is a web service. You can already see it here with the attributes. We've got an API controller. We've got a route, the route where we have to use to get or to make this call here to get, in this case, the weather forecasts back. And then we've also got the shared project, and this is, I said it so often now, but this is the most, I think this is the most amazing thing about Blazor, that we can use the stuff, the models, as you can see here, the weather forecast, for instance, that are here in the shared project in both the server project as well as in the client project, because as you can see here in the weather forecast controller, we use the weather forecast model, and you see there is the class Blazor e-commerce shared weather forecast, and in the fetch data Razor component here, we also see an array of Blazor e-commerce shared weather forecast. So this is the exact same class. Great stuff. When you use other technologies, maybe you have to enter the models on the front end or create them on the front end as well as in the back end. We will also use DTOs, data transfer objects, in this course, but that's a topic for later. Anyways, I would say we start this now. We can use the play button here or the run button, and this enables us to then already debug this application. We can debug the client and the server at the same time. Here is Chrome now on my other screen, and the app is loading. And for instance, when we go to the counter page now, this is the default Blazor WebAssembly design. So now we go to the counter page. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. Here it is. And you see there's this button here, and this button calls the function increment count. Let's just put a breakpoint here, and then we go back to the page, and when I now click on the click me button, you see that we hit this breakpoint, and we can step through this stuff or just continue. And this was the client, but now let's say we want to debug the backend, the web API here. There's the get call. Let's just add a breakpoint here. Go back to Chrome again, and now in fetch data, let's open the console, because then we can see, maybe we can make this a little bit, can I make this bigger? No, just the console, but not the network tab. Okay, anyways, I can go to the fetch data page, and I also hit the breakpoint here, although this is the server, the backend. Isn't that nice? And here's actually the call, so meaning a local host, then the port, and then the URL, which is weather forecast, and the URL is this thing you can see up here. This is the route. So it got the name, that's a convention in these brackets here. This just means we want to use the name of the controller, which is this thing here, so the term in front of the controller term, and this is then the route of this get call here. We also use the HTTP get method. Lots of stuff in the beginning, I know, but with that we can debug the backend. This is actually everything I wanted to show you, and here we got the results. This is nice, but the problem now is when I make any changes, I have to stop the application or at least reload it, and I don't like this, and that's because I use the package manager console here to start the application with a watcher, meaning that when I make any changes, the watcher recognizes them and reloads the application automatically by itself. And to do that, we go to the Blazor e-commerce folder and then the server folder, and then we just hit .NET watch run. It's building now. And here we are already, and we should, yeah, there it is on my other screen again. This is now the page. Looks a bit strange. Now we are here. You see the port is different. That's the HTTPS port 5001, but in essence, it's the exact same application. Of course, we're making the call. We can use the counter and so on. All right, now that's an overview, a quick and short overview of this application. There's one more thing we can do now, and this is trusting the dev certificate. And I tell you what I mean by that in the next lecture. So the dev certificate, what is this actually? Now, in your case, maybe you would see a warning here in Chrome that this page is not secure. And Chrome is actually right with that, because we will use HTTPS, but we do not have a certificate that we actually trust. When I go here now, I see the certificate for localhost, and I can look at the details. Great stuff. But the problem is that we do not, or Google Chrome doesn't trust the certificate automatically. There are certificates, well, I do not want to go deep into the whole security stuff, but there are certificates that have to be signed, and then there's a certificate authority that trusts these certificates. And there are some certificates or authorities that are trusted by default, but in our case, this is not the case, because we are on localhost, we are developing something, and nobody knows about this page or this web application, so this certificate cannot be trusted. But we can change that for our local development, so we do not get annoyed by Chrome telling us every single time we start this page or open this application that this connection is not secure. Now, to do this, we open the command line interface. Here it is. And there is one neat little thing we can do. First, we enter .NET to make sure that this already works. And then there's something like .NET and then dev certs for certificates. And you can already see here we have to add some options and a command. And what we want to do is we want to do something for this HTTPS stuff here. And let's see what we can do with that. Lots of options again, but the only thing we need here is this trust command, or this trust option here. That, well, it says it already, trust the certificate on the current platform. So on your machine, then you're trusting this .NET certificate. So let's do that. HTTPS and then -- trust. And as you can see, in my case, there is no pop-up, no prompt that wants you to click yes to trust the certificate. But in your case, if you haven't done this already as well, you should see a prompt where you can then say, I trust this certificate. And as you can see here, in my case, it says a valid HTTPS certificate is already present. So I did this already, but in your case, please do that if you do not want to get annoyed by Chrome again, because that's not the only reason to do that. Later with the Stripe checkout, we need this 100%, because then we will work with webhooks, and if this thing is not trusted, then this simply would not work, and there's no option to say I trust this anyways. So please do that, and if you do it now, this is out of our way, and we can simply continue developing our application. Okay, so our application is already running, but now we want to build an e-commerce website, an e-commerce app, a shop, you name it. And well, the most important thing for shops like that are the products, I guess. So let's add a product model. And for that, we go to our shared project here, right click, and simply add a new class, and we call this one products. We make this one public, and we can already add some properties, and these properties should be, you see, you can use this built-in snippet here, just enter prop and then tab twice, and the first thing I want to add is the ID for this product. Then we've got a title maybe. After that, let's say we add a description. like that, and then we add an image, and for that I want to use a URL here. So this is a string image URL, and the last thing would be the price, like that. And this is not everything, of course. When we later add variants, we will change this, we will refactor this. But you know, when I would display, or when I would show you the final product now, maybe that's a bit too much, a bit too overwhelming. I'm just saying this because some students did not like this approach where I begin with small models and small web services and then refactor them. Some students wanted to see the final result right in the beginning, but I guess that's not the best way to learn. So I hope you like it that way and you stay with me. This is a small model, a small product model where we really can start simply, and I hope it's easier to digest everything with that approach. So we save this model here, and there's one more thing we can already do. You see this imports file here in the client project, and what this thing does is it imports certain namespaces, and I want to already import the Blazor e-commerce shared namespace here, because then when we use the models in our pages later, we do not have to type the whole namespace. We can just type product, for instance, instead of Blazor e-commerce shared product. So we type add using Blazor e-commerce and simply shared, and with that we get all the models in our client. Okay, and that's already our model. And the next thing is to create your first component. Now the component would be created in the client project, of course. And we've got pages here, like the counter page and the index page. And here, similar to the index page, we've got another component, the survey prompt, for instance, which is in the shared folder. This means that we can use the survey prompt component in another component, in this case in the index component. What I want to do is I want to create a product list component, which is also shared, because I want to use the product list then in the index component. So I would say we do that now. So right click the shared folder, add, and then Razor component. And we call this thing product list. Looks like that now. And really important here now, in Blazor WebAssembly, we can use HTML and already C# code in this component. There's also another way to do this. We could add in the shared folder now another class. That's important. It's a class, and call this product list Razor CS. Let's just try this. So product list Razor CS, and you already see now it is you can see it's connected to the product list Razor component, because that's another way to develop, right? So now here in the product list component, we could just write HTML and also some C# code inline. And the code behind file then would be this razor.cs file. Totally up to you how you want to do it. I actually like this approach where I mix HTML and C# in the same file. So in my case, I would delete this thing here and only use the Razor component or the Razor file. So long story short, we've got our product list and we want to display all products here with a bit of HTML. And in our code block here, we will add these products now. They have some properties, and that's why I look them up on Wikipedia for now, but later I will provide a text file, or you can just enter the GitHub repository and copy and paste all the products, because also later when we see the data, product with categories and so on, we do not really want to type everything manually. We can just copy and paste some products and we're good to go. But for now, in this situation, I want to use some products from Wikipedia here or some information from Wikipedia. So maybe you want to do this with me, or you just choose some products you like, some fantasy products, I don't know, whatever you want. So got the tabs open, but first what we do is we create a list of product lists where we then enter all the information. So we've got a property again, and this thing is, in our case, a static list of the product type, and you see now it already knows where to find this. That's because of the import, and we call this products, and this is already a new list of products. And now we say in the brackets, of course, got a new product, and this thing already gets some properties. The ID is 1. We have a title, enter this in a second. We have a description, enter this in a second as well. Image URL, the same. And also a price, this we can already say is $9.99, for instance. All right, and now for the product itself, I've got the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, for instance. This is the title, and regarding the description, we just use the first paragraph here. Okay, and the image is this thing. Close this. And there's our image. And let's just add 2 more products maybe. So we got the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That, and now let's open the other tabs. Here is Ready Player One with ID 2, of course. Description is maybe this thing here. Okay, and also the image like that. And regarding the price, maybe we can choose another price here to see a difference. $7.99. And the last one I have opened is, where is it? There it is, the Hitchhiker, no, 1984 Hitchhiker. We already got the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. 1984 is the last one for this quick example. So 1984, and here's the first paragraph. Or maybe scroll to the right. Is this the correct one? No, that's not the correct one. Sorry about that. There it is. Okay. Let's use the correct image. That's this one here. And regarding the price, let's set this to $6.99. Okay, and we can now close this as well. So these are our products. Formatting is not really working here. But anyways, we've got the products, and now we write some HTML to display them. And this is done up here. We already got the header, product lists, but this can actually be removed. I really just want to see the list of the products, and for that I use the unordered list tag here. And let's already add a class which is not defined yet, but we will use or add some CSS classes in the next lecture. But the class for now I want to use, or I want to name it later, then list unstyled. And then we can, as I said earlier, add C# code inline. So inside of the HTML code, we can add some C# code, but we have to mark it with an add character. And in our case, we can use a for each, for instance. And normally when I do this, it's similar to the snippets. Now it worked. There's already the whole for each loop, and we call the single item of the for each loop product. And here the collection are our products we have in the code block. You see now it's coming together, and for every single product we use a list item, of course. Use another CSS class, call this one media, because here we will display the image. This thing here is the margin on the y-axis. This is provided by Bootstrap because Blazor is adding Bootstrap by default, so this works. And then we add a div with another class, and this class would be media image wrapper. It's also a class we will add. And then we also add this Bootstrap class here, mr2. And now inside of this div, we add a link. For now, this link will just go to the page we are already at. And then for this link, or inside this link, we will now finally use the image. And the class again is here media image. Add this one in a sec. And now important is the actual source of this image. And again, we can use C# code here with an add character. We say we want to use the image URL of our product. And we can actually also add a text with add product and then title. So this would be our image then. We closed the A tag already, also the div. And now regarding the body of this product, we add another div with the class media body. In here, again, I want to add a link where I display the title of this image with that class, and here it's product title. Then we add a paragraph where we add the description like that. And the last thing, maybe you guessed it, the only thing missing is the price. So we can add the class price here and add the $, and then the actual price of the product. Okay, and this is then our product list component. And now, of course, we have to use it. And to do that, again, we go to the index razor. And maybe we can remove everything here and just enter product lists, because that's our component. You can do it like that, or we use the closing tag here already, like that. And that's it. And with Control K and S, I save everything. The app is already rebuilding, and I'm not sure if I have it still open. Yeah, there it is. Let's go to home, and there are our products. That's it already. Okay, that's great. You see the link doesn't go anywhere, but we see the products, and that's already nice. But the design, as I already said, maybe not the best. I'm not a designer, but still, let's change it a little bit, and let's do that in the next lecture. All right, now how do we change the design? How do we add CSS, cascading style sheets? Well, there is this folder here, www.root, and here you see a CSS folder and an app CSS file. So you could actually add all your CSS classes in here. You can change everything for the complete page, but there's also another way that is maybe a bit better. Is it better? I don't know. That's up to you if it's better, but you can put a CSS class below your actual Razor component, similar to the code behind file, and this then is called CSS Isolation. And to do that, we add another file in the shared folder with right-click add and then new item, And let's look for CSS. There it is. It's a style sheet, and really important is now the name. So we want to isolate the CSS for the product list component. So we call this ProductList Razor CSS, like that. And here you see that this worked already. So all the classes we add here are only meant for the product list component now. And let's, well, add some classes now. Bit tedious work, but have to do this. So we got the media image first, and for that I want to change the maximum height to 200 pixels. Also want to change the width to 200 pixels. And thank you that you told me this. Was a little typo. Let's add a border radius. Like that. This would be 6 pixels. And also a margin, so that we get some space with 10 pixels. And then I like a little animation here. So transition would be set to transform. That was not right, not transform, transition first, and now transform. Like that. And this would be 0.2 seconds. That's the media image. Then we got the media image wrapper. Media image wrapper. This thing has a width of 200 pixels and text align center. Then we are almost done. Media image hover. So when we hover over the image with the mouse, and now comes the transform with scale. So we scale it a little bit, make it a little bit bigger. The image. All right, and now the price, where I just want to change the color. And then one more thing is the responsiveness of this page. That's something I want to take into account, and for that we add the media directive here, and then a maximum width of 1023.98 pixels. That's the way to use this. And in this case, I want to display the media in a column. Media like that. And for that, we use the flex direction. Column. And the wrapper then is a bit different. So the width then is 100%, and the height is set to auto, and this should be it actually. Again, maybe we can move this thing up here. Yeah, now the formatting works. Okay, let's save this. And let's see if Blazor, no, it does not recognize this. This is important to note. CSS files sometimes do not work with the watcher. So let's save the product list component maybe. Doesn't work either. That's interesting. What if we change the, yeah, now it works. Okay, it's rebuilding. And let's have a quick look. Now it looks better. You see there are no big images. We see the animation and everything is a bit more ordered. I think this really looks better now. And well, in the next section, we're already moving to the backend, to our web API, and we create our first controller. All right, now it's getting more and more interesting. You see here the weather forecast controller is opened already. And the thing we are going to build now is pretty similar, but we will create a product controller, and then maybe we can compare these two a little bit. So let's right click our controllers folder of the server project, hit add, and then controller. And then we've got a lot of options here. For instance, we've got an MVC controller, but we are not creating an MVC application here. We want to create an API controller. And here we get the option to create an empty controller, a controller that already gives us some code, the read and write actions, and one controller that provides even more actions using Entity Framework. But since we want to learn all this, and actually even when you learned this, I am a type of guy that always uses an empty controller because, I don't know, I just want to write this code by myself. And that's why I would say we also choose the empty controller here now. So please use an API controller, empty, hit add, and then we give this thing a name. And since we want to get, update, add, and delete products, so in essence, all the CRUD operations for products, we call this thing the product controller. And there it is already. I told you already that in the weather forecast controller, we've got these attributes here. Now, what do these things mean? And also we inherit from controller base. Now, when we would use the MVC controller, I think then we would inherit from the controller class, because in this case we would then also have view support, because you can see it here now. This is a base class for an MVC controller without view support. We don't need view support, so that's why we want to use the controller base class here. We can always go to the implementation, or at least the abstract class here of the controller base file, and we see lots of stuff that is given with this thing. Yep. Might make sense to go a bit deeper here. And we will use later definitely the DbContext, the request, the user when we use authentication. So there is lots of stuff provided here already for us that we will use. Comes in quite handy. And together with this controller base class, again, we use two attributes here. One thing is the API controller attribute, indicates data type, and all derived types are used to serve HTTP API responses, right? And also the route. And the route is really important because this is the URL, the URI, where you find this controller and where you can then make all your calls. And as you can see here, there's a little difference to the weather forecast controller. Here's not the string API, but here we got API and then controller in brackets. Again, this means that we have to use the product term here for this route. So yeah, that's how we get to the controller now, but that's not everything, of course. Now we have to add some code. And again, this is something I do usually. I refactor this stuff now. Meaning in our product list, we've got all our products, but I want to move these products from the front end to the back end now. So let's just copy this whole list, or cut it first. And now we put this in our controller, and we can now also make it private. And here now we have to add the using for Blazor e-commerce shared. So now we got our product model, and maybe I can format this. No, doesn't work. I don't know why, but anyways, maybe it works later. So we've got the product controller for now. We've got our mock products, and in the next sections we will move them to even further to the database. Okay, anyways, we've got our products, and let me just format them manually. Okay, great. So we've got our products, and now the next thing we have to add is the actual get call. And the thing is, with all these web API calls, we will use 4 HTTP request methods, meaning get, post, put, and delete. With get, you read data. With post, usually you add or create data. With put, you update data. And with delete, maybe you know it already, you delete data, you remove it. And the very first thing and the easiest thing, most straightforward, is a get call. And what we want to get now is these mock products here. So we add a new function with public async. It's already an asynchronous function. And since this is an asynchronous function, it returns a task. And then we want to also return an action result. And with that action result, the data that is returned is a list of products. You do not have to specify it like that, but maybe that's then easier to read and to maintain, and maybe you're not the only person working on this project, so every other developer will thank you a lot. And we call this function now get products like that. And now the body of this method is really simple. We return the products, but with an OK function. Products. There they are. Okay, and here the formatting works. I don't know what is going on here, but anyways. Now, these green squiggly lines tell you that there is nothing asynchronous happening in this method, but it will happen later when we will use Entity Framework and the SQL Server database. But for now, we simply return these products here, and this OK thingy is an OK object result, and it returns a status code. You can see it already here, the status code 200. Okay, so this simply means everything worked just fine. We get the data, everything worked, and we have to add the semicolon here. Other options are, for instance, something like bad requests or not found. These are all the other status codes you can send, you can return to the client. Not found, for instance, 404, but 200 is simply okay. Everything is great. Long story short, this is our get call, and now we can do one more thing, and we can add an attribute to tell the controller what HTTP request method we want to use. When you have a controller like that and it is still quite empty, and you call your function something like get products or get categories, get anything else, then the controller already assumes that you're using this convention here and that this is a method that can be called with the HTTP request method get. But if you want to specify this, or if you have more methods that start where the name starts with get, then you maybe want to specify the HTTP request method, and in our case this is then HTTP gets. Again, we will use post, put, and so on. And we can also give this thing a route, but let's keep it like that for now. So the route will be API controller, nothing else. And then we want, use no parameter or anything. We just use this name API controller, but it's important to also use the HTTP request method get. All right, long story short, we saved this. I hope this was rebuilt already. And now I'm not sure if this was rebuilt. Let's save this again. Maybe save the other controller here. Now it's rebuilding. Okay. And you see this cute little icon here. Now it's rebuilt. And we can already test this via the address line. So in our case, this would be API. And then you see all the different stuff, all the other stuff I did before. But now it's just API and then product. And there are products. Isn't that nice? But that's not how we want to display them or show them to the user. So let's create the get call in our client. So back to Visual Studio and back to the client, and to be more exact, we want to go to our product list component here, and to be able to make HTTP calls, web service calls, we have to inject something. And this something in our case is an HTTP client. We do this again with add and then inject. And this is again now the HTTP client, and we call this thing simply HTTP. You see that the products here are not there, so we have to fix this, of course, and we do that in the code block. Again, we have a list of products. I shouldn't remove this actually. So let's just add this list again. We have a list of products and we call this products, and let's already say this is an empty list of products, and let's make this private static maybe. And now the call. What we can do is we can make this call on initialization of this component, meaning when this component is loaded, we will already make the web service call. There are so-called lifecycle methods in Blazor we can use for that. So we override them in essence with protected override, and there's a synchronous and an asynchronous way or version of these functions, and you see them here already. There's the on initialized async, on after render async, and on parameters set async. Now what we want to use is the on initialized async, and on parameters set async will be used often as well in this application, because sometimes we set parameters and then we go to another page with a link which is actually the same, but the parameters change. And in this case, the initialized async wouldn't be called, but the parameter set async would be called. For instance, if you're looking at a certain product, you check out the details of a product, and then there's a link to another product, then the URL stays in essence the same, just the parameter of the URL changes, and that's where the on initialized async again would not be called, but on parameter set async would be called. And in this case, we want to get the details of this product in the on parameter set async, and that's why these functions are also called the lifecycle functions of a Blazor WebAssembly Razor component. So in our case now, we use the on initialized async. We have to add the async keyword here. And now we've got our products already and as an empty list, but now we want to set them with products equals await. Now we use HTTP, this stuff we already injected. And then we can call a function, and the name of this function is get from JSON async, meaning this is a get call, and this means also that we receive a JSON object, or an object that uses the JavaScript object notation, and then we have to tell this function what this actually is, so the serialization works. And this is again a list of products, and then we enter the URL, and this is simply API and then product, and that's it. Okay, so these are our products then, and on initialization we will get them. Let's save this, and I hope it is rebuilding now. I have no idea why this is not working, but maybe this is fixed with .NET 6. Okay, now the hot reload is working, it's reloading, and here are our products. Well, we do not see a change, and I just see that there are these, you know what I mean, these footnotes. But here now in the network tab, we see this call. Let's reload the page again. And here is now actually our product call, localhost 5001 API product. You've just seen the responsiveness. We haven't tested this earlier. Here's also the mobile view. But anyways, we made the call, and to really prove that these products now come from the controller, we can change the name, for instance, here of Ready Player 1, and reload this thing again. All right, reloading, and here is the number 1. So this works just fine, and this is how we call or get the products from our controller. But now to really get full stack implementations here, to build our walking skeleton, we move one step further, meaning we put these products to a database, we move them to a database, and for that we have to install SQL Server next, install Entity Framework, and then make the connection from our controller now. So we got the connection from our client to the Web API controller. And now we need the connection from the controller to the database, and then back to the controller, and then back to the client. So let's do that next. Now to install SQL Server, there's one really easy way actually. You just Google for SQL Server, and when you hit when you go to the first hit here, we see different kinds of SQL Server, but what we want to download is here, Express. This is totally free and we can use it for free. Works great for us. So let's go there, hit download now, and I don't have to download it, so we cancel this. But when this is done, we can scroll a little bit further down, and then there should be, there it is, also the SQL Server Management Studio. It's not necessary to download it. You can also watch the database with Visual Studio, but I like this tool and it's also free, and why not use it then? So please download SQL Server, install it, and then also download SQL Server Management Studio, install this one as well. And apart from that, when you finished installing SQL Server, there's also a message, or I don't know, a link to the SQL Server Management Studio. So there it is as well, and then you know where to download the Management Studio. So again, please download and install SQL Server and maybe also SQL Server Management Studio, because we will use the Management Studio in this course, and then come back and we will continue with our implementations. I'll wait. All right, now when you install SQL Server and the Management Studio, we have to define a connection string, meaning a string where our application knows or can see where to or how to connect to the database. And this is done in the app settings JSON file here in our server project. So in here, you already see this logging block, for instance, but we will add another block and call this thing connection strings, already suggested there. And then you can choose any name you want, but the typical name is default connection. And when you did it like me, meaning install SQL Server Express on your local machine, then the string should look something like that. Server equals, and then localhost, it's the same machine, // and then SQL Express. This is our server, our SQL server, and then we can enter the database. This is the name of the database. Again, you can choose any name you want, but maybe it makes sense to use Blazor e-commerce or Blazor shop, whatever you like. And then already the last thing is trusted connection true. All right, and this should be it. So server is localhost, SQL Express, then the database, Blazor e-commerce in my case, and trusted connection to true. And then we are able to connect to the database with our web API. Okay, and the next thing now is actually installing Entity Framework with the Entity Framework tool. Now regarding Entity Framework, I'm using the console here, the Package Manager console. So first I have to stop the application, maybe get some space here, and then I can already check if Entity Framework is installed, and I can simply do that with .NET EF. Yes, it is installed. So I can see, let's make this a bit bigger. I can see the version here, 5.0.9. Maybe there's a newer version out there. So what I can do now is I can uninstall this thing first and then install it again together with you. So let me uninstall it first with .NET and then tool uninstall -- global and then .NET -EF. Already uninstalled, and to install it again, it's almost the same. .NET tool install now and -- global and then .NET -EF. Hit return. Oh yeah, there's a newer version available, of course. So let's check that again with .NET-EF. And now we've got Entity Framework 5.0, 0.11. And that's already it. Entity Framework is installed. Of course, we need some more packages, but we will install them along the way. All right, now it's getting even more interesting. We need a connection to the database by using Entity Framework. And to be able to do that, we need a so-called DataContext or a DbContext, the database context. And this context will be, let's say, our database in essence. With this context, we can access all our tables, all our entities, and all rows. Everything you have in the database can be accessed with that context. And before I talk too much, let's just implement this. This thing is there to access data, and that's why we create a new folder called data in our server project. So right click the server project and call this new folder data. And now in here we create another class and we call this one DataContext, and it's already public. That's great. And this now inherits from DbContext, and Visual Studio has no idea what this thing is. So we can either press Ctrl and period on the keyboard or use the light bulb here. And now you see we get the option to install the package Microsoft Entity Framework Core, and then we can say find and install the latest one. If you do not get this option for whatever reason, then what you can do is you can simply right click the server project here and then say manage NuGet packages and then search for this package Microsoft.Entity Framework Core and then simply install it. Let's do it this way here. And now it's done. And when I hover over this, you get a bit more information about what this thing is. And let's just read this paragraph, the first paragraph together here. A DbContext instance represents a session with the database and can be used to query and save instances of your entities. A DbContext is a combination of the unit of work and repository patterns. Now, the repository pattern is something we will use a lot later in the next section, where we will add some best practices. We will add some services in the server project as well as in the client project, but that's really for later now. But this already gives you a glimpse of how this can look. And the great thing now is that we can really access again the database and make calls to the database just with that context. And the next thing now we have to do is add another method here, a constructor actually. So let's just add public DataContext, and this constructor then gets a parameter, and this is of type DbContext, and then options with the DataContext type again. Call this options, and here we have to also call the base constructor with the same options, and that's already our constructor. Let's add the S here, and then this error goes away. Great. And now the last important thing is to add our products as a database set. So what do I mean by that? First, let's just add this as a property, and this is of type DbSet, and then also product, and we call this products. Now this database set represents our products as a table. So for our entity product, we will get a table called products. Usually you just pluralize the name of the model, so that's why we call this thing products. And when we add a migration in a couple of minutes, then we will generate a table called products, like this property here, and then we can access these products with our database context, and that's why we have to add the DB set here. So if you have any entities, for instance also the weather forecast, if you wanted to add the weather forecasts to the database, then you would add a DB set here of weather forecasts, and then you would see a representation of this entity in our database, meaning you would see a table for the weather forecasts. But we don't want to use the weather forecast here. This is just an example. So we want to use the products. This is really important now. And the last thing now we can do in this lecture is already add 2 more packages. We need the package Microsoft Entity Framework Core Design and also the SQL Server package. I could show you the errors that occur if we do not add them, but let's spare the hassle here. I don't want to waste your time, of course, so let's add them here, and then we got everything we need to actually use Entity Framework. So .NET add package, and then Microsoft Entity Framework Core Design. And of course, we could also use the NuGet package manager for that. But now we got this one, and the same for SQL Server, because we actually want to use a SQL Server database, of course. That's that. And now we should see a change in our project file. Where is it? There it is. We got the SQL Server package and also the design package. All right. Okay, and the next thing now is to register the DbContext and configure the SQL Server. And after that, we start with a migration. All right, so again, with that, meaning with the DbContext, the DataContext, and all these packages now we have installed, we are able to use Entity Framework and SQL Server. But first, we have to register this DbContext now with the proper configuration in our startup class of the server project. You can find it right here now, and this thing actually is configured here in the program CS. So this is where we find the actual main function where everything starts in essence. And here now it says we use the startup class right here, and in here now you can actually read the comments above, and then you know what these methods do. Configure services and the configure method. These two are important for us. And now to configure the server, the data context, we use the configure services method. And the very first thing we do is registering this new DbContext, and we do this with services. Make sure to not have caps lock activated. So services dot and then add DbContext. And here now we use our DataContext class, and we add it with control period, and then using Blazor e-commerce server data, and then this gets an argument, and this argument is the options. And with the options, we tell this DbContext or the services what kind of database we want to use, and in our case it's the SQL Server. And now to do that, in this function, let me close this already, we say options use and then SQL Server, and we first have to add another using directive here. So use SQL Server, and now we need again the Microsoft Entity Framework Core using directive here, and then we access the configuration, and the configuration in essence can provide us the connection string, and you see it already. This function here, get connection string, is a function that accesses the connection strings section in the app settings JSON file. And here then we say we want to use the default connection we have entered earlier, and that's it. Format this thing save it, and that's how we registered the DbContext and configured it in a way that we can use the SQL Server with our default connection. Again, this is this thing here, so the connection strings section here in the app settings JSON file with the default connection string we have entered a few lectures ago, and yeah, that is how we configure this thing. And now we can finally start to add our very first migration, so we get our database table and also add all these products to this products table then. So again, let's have a quick look at our data context here. And the only thing you see is this database set, which will be our products table. And there's not much to say actually. We can already add a new migration. Maybe one thing I want to mention is that in this case now we will use a code first migration. This means we write the code first, meaning we write our model here, the product, and with that thing then Entity Framework creates the corresponding database table. There's also the other way, the database first migration, and this would be creating the database table first by ourselves, and then Entity Framework would create this model here. I like the code first migration, better approach in my opinion, and I think this is used more often. What you want to use is of course up to you as always, but I guess if you want to follow this course, then code first migration is a good way again. So we've got our product model, and now what we have to do is we need the .NET-EF command. Let's have a look real quick with .NET-EF. You have seen this already. We see the version, and here down there we see the available commands: database, DbContext, and migrations. And actually the only ones we need are migrations and database. And with migrations we add a migration, and with database we actually run this migration. We will add the changes to the database, we update the database. So first, again, a bit more space here, we add a new migration with .NET-EF migrations, and then add a new migration. And since this is our very first one, it kind of is a convention to call this initial create or initial something like that, and then just hit return. And with that, if the build succeeds, we get new files, and of course we will have a look at these files. We've got a warning here: no type was specified for the decimal property price. This will cause values to be silently truncated. That's true. What this means is that we can use, or we can add an attribute here to really specify how this type should look like. So I would say let's do this. But we already got some migration files, but since we haven't updated the database yet, we can remove this migration again. So it says it here, EF migrations remove. We can kind of roll back this. So we just say .NET-EF migrations remove. And then we make the change to the price. Okay, now it's gone. And now we add this new attribute that says column, and then type name is decimal 18.2. These are actually the default values for this type, and we have to add another using directive here for system component model data annotations schema. So this is the correct reference: system component model data annotations schema. And with that, now this works, but of course we have to close this bracket here and save this again. And now the warning should disappear. .NET-EF migrations add create initial again. So 18 and 2 again should be the default values. Yeah, we get no warning anymore. And now we get the migrations files, and the interesting file for us is this thing here, we've got an up method and a down method, and the down method is pretty simple. It just drops the table products. But with the up method, you see that the products table will be created. Again, this is the name of the database set we have added in the DataContext. And we get some columns. The ID, and by convention, Entity Framework makes this ID a primary key. You can see this down here in our constraints. The ID will be the primary key here. And additionally, we get, of course, a title, description, image, the price. And now here we see the type that we have added a few moments ago. And this looks great. So let's update the database now. We enter .NET-EF database update. It's building again. And now it's done. Great. So how to check this? Well, of course, we can open the SQL Server Management Studio now. There it is. It is starting. You see the version, in my case, is 18.10. This looks good. SQL Express. We connect to this thing. We open the databases. Got some databases here, but the interesting one is this thing, Blazor e-commerce. This is the name we entered in the connection string. And when I open the tables folder, we see our products table with the columns. You see here that this is already the primary key. You can see it here. Some triggers. Oh, indexes. Okay, that's great. Statistics. Well, I think we do not need this here. The most important thing for us is, of course, the table itself and the columns. And now when we right click and select edit top 200 rows, we can add some products here, but doing this manually is really tedious. So I would say we seed the data in the next lecture. All right, now to seed some data, we go back to the data context and we add another method. We override another method to be more exact, and this is the onModelCreating method, and in there we can do stuff with all our entities. And in this specific case, I want to add some products to our products table. So first the method, again, we enter protected override void in this case, and the method again is onModelCreating. This thing gets an argument, which is the model builder. We call this model builder, and then we add something like that, model builder entity. You want to access a certain entity, and this is, in our case, the product entity. And then we use the function has data, and has data now, well, gets the data, and we actually got the data already in our product controller. So again, we grab this and then we enter it in the data context right here, like that. Formatting does not work again. Really don't know why this is not working. Something like that maybe. Okay, and then this should be it already. We save everything. Formatting again not working. Don't know why. But okay, we're getting Visual Studio 2022, so maybe it's working then. Anyways, we've got the method model builder entity has data, and in here now we added the products that were previously available in the product controller. Here now I removed this, and the products are empty. Of course, we will fill them with the data from the database, but we will do this in the next lecture. First, the seeding. So in our data context, we've got the products, and now we add another migration. So back to the package manager console, .NET-EF migrations add, and then let's call this, for instance, product seeding. Again, the build started and it succeeds. Great. And now let's have a look again. We've got another migration here, product seeding. And in here already you can see in the up method, so when we update the database, data will be inserted here. This looks great. And in the down method, it would actually just remove this stuff. So let's update the database again. This is done. So again, let's have a look here in the SQL Server Management Studio. We've got the table open already. So just right click, execute SQL, and we see our data. Isn't that great? And now it's time to actually get this data from the database in our Blazor WebAssembly client. So let's do that next. All right, so to get this stuff, the data from the database, we first have to do something that is called dependency injection. I'm sure you heard this already. We have to inject the data context now into the product controller. To do that, we need a constructor. We can hit CTOR, hit tab twice, and there's our beautiful constructor. And now in here, we add or inject the data context, call this thing context. And then we have to add the reference, of course, to Blazor e-commerce server data. And after that, regarding the context, again, just hit Control period, we choose create and assign field underscore context. Now, please note, underscore context is not available by default. I configured this in my Visual Studio IDE, and I will show you how to do this now. But first, let me hit create and assign field. Usually you would get a field that looks like this, and then instead of the underscore, you would have to add this keyword with the point, then here with the dot, and I don't like this. I want to add the underscore in front of the private read-only field. And to get this configuration, you just go to Tools and then Options. And from there, you go to, where is it? Text Editor, then C#. Then we get the code style. Here we've got the naming. And here you already see it. This is the one that is maybe missing in your case, and I have added this, but you can just manage the naming styles. And then here you add this field name. You can, in my case, I can edit this one, but in your case, you want to add a new one. So please add one and then choose the following configuration, the naming style title and the required prefix, capitalization, and that's it. So then hit OK, cancel, and then again OK in your case, and you are done. And then you should see this entry, and again you should see the option to add this field and assign it. Okay, and now when this is done, we have injected the data context. So then we get the whole dependency injection magic. We can access our context. It is available in our functions, and then we'll simply access all the properties, methods, and so on from the data context. And to do exactly that, we go to our get method, and now we say our product, so our actual result now is await. You see, we now use an asynchronous method context, and here now we can access our products. This is the table from the database, so these are all our products, and we simply turn them into a list, but please do it asynchronous. And again, we add another reference, which is Entity Framework Core again. And in the end, we return OK, but this time the products we got from our database. And that's it. This is how we get the data. So we saved this, and now let's run this app again. We are in the server directory. That's nice. So .NET watch run. And then we change, of course, the name of one or two products to test if we really get the products from the database. Again, let's open the console. And now in here in the network tab, we will see the call, but let's reload this. We get the products here. With the preview, we see the data here, and of course we can see it here as well. And now again, maybe change the name of the galaxy, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 1. We refresh, and now we get the number 1 here, and also you can see it here. This is almost... Where is it? Here's the title, of course. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 1. And of course, when we remove the number and reload this again, we get the data from the database. Great, that's it. Congrats, you finished the very first section here. We have a walking skeleton, but now in the next section, let's add and use some best practices, because what you have already seen here, we are using, for instance, the data context. We inject the data context, and this is what we want to do as well in the next section and for all our next lectures. We don't want to add big logic to the controller, for instance. Then they are called the fat controllers. We don't want to use this. Instead, we want to add services for that. In essence, that's the repository pattern. And what we will do then is add a product service, for instance, on the server and also on the client. And we will then inject and access the service to get our products first, and also later all the other stuff. Okay, so I see you in the next section. All right, now before we add a service, let's create a wrapper object that enables you to add additional information to the returning result, like a success or an exception message. The front end, for instance, is then able to react to this additional information, read the actual data, display a message to the user, and so on. And we can make use of generics to use the correct types. So let's just do it, and then you will know what I mean by that. Again, in the shared project, we add a new class. And this class now is called ServiceResponse. And when you are enrolled to my other courses or checked out the previews, then you know that I do this all the time. Let's make this public. And since we want to use generics here, we also add this little thing. Now, the ServiceResponse class gets 3 properties. The very first one is the actual data of type T. That's that. Then I want to add a Boolean flag called success. Some want to use it, some want to call it is successful. Again, up to you, of course. And by default, I would like to set this to true. And then let's also add a message, so that again the frontend can display this message. For instance, typical example would be if the registration of a user was successful, or if you have added something to your cart, then maybe we can show a little toast notification, a little message to the user. Or of course, when an error occurs, we can also use this message here. All right, so this is our ServiceResponse class. And now to already use this service response, we make a change to our product controller here for a second, and then we will add the product service. And also we will make then a change to the client. But here now, instead of returning a list of products, we want to return a service response. And the service response then has a list of products. And our resulting response then is var response new service response with a list of products. And this thing then gets the products for the data like that, add a semicolon, and in the end, we return the response now. And then to display the actual data, we go back to our product list component. And in here, instead of returning this result, we add some braces here, brackets, and then access the data. But of course, you also have to add the correct type. So response, service response, and this, and then it works. Okay, now we got the data. This then should work. We can already save this and check if it works. See the errors that occurred before, but now the app has been reloaded. Let's have a look. Reload this stuff. And now you can see here that before we got the actual list already, and now here we get the actual service response with a message that is null, success is true, and then we get our products here. And here already with the client, we could react to that. We could check if the success flag is false, for instance, and then we could display a message that something went wrong. When we have no products, for instance, we could add a message here in the controller to the service response that says no products found, something like that. You get the idea, I guess. So this is the service response, and now in the next section we finally use services with dependency injection. Now, to use dependency injection in services, there's always one specific way how I do this. The very first thing we need is a new folder, and we call this folder simply services. And then regarding the service we want to create, we add another service, and in our case it's the product service, and this thing now gets an interface and an implementation class. And we need the interface so that we can register this service and then use it with dependency injection. And the great thing then is with dependency injection, in essence, that if you want to use, for instance, the product service, but you want to test or use another implementation. So we get here now, let's just add it really quick. We add an interface, call this iProductService. There it is. Let's make it public. And then we add the implementation class. Call this one ProductService. And this, of course, implements the interface now, ProductService. And the great thing now is when we inject this in the controller in a minute, then we want the implementation of the product service here. But maybe you want to test something out or just use another implementation, then you do not have to change this product service. You could actually add another product service implementation class, product service 2, for instance, and implement the methods a bit different. And the only thing you have to change is the registration then in the startup class. Here already we registered the DataContext, but what we can also do already is register the product service, and we do that with services. Add scoped, and as you can see here, what does that mean? Adds a scoped service of the type specified in service type to the specified iService collection, right? There's also, for instance, add transient. Yep, what does this do? Adds a transient service, and also there's the option to use add singleton, and this thing then adds a singleton in this case, but you usually want to use add scoped. And with that, we add the iProduct service and tell the configuration here that whenever a controller, for instance, wants to inject, or another service wants to inject the iProduct service, then it should use the product service class here for the implementation. And we need another reference here now, which is Blazor e-commerce server services product service. And now this works. So we've got our iProductService interface. We've got our ProductService implementation class. And now what we have to do is we go to the product controller again, and similar to the DataContext, we add the iProductService, call this ProductService for instance. We add the reference to this ProductService, and again we add or create and assign the property, not the property, the field ProductService. And now we can actually move this implementation to the product service. So I would say we do exactly that. First, in the interface, we add the actual method and we define it with task, service, response, and then list, and then products. I think we need some references here, or just one, the shared project, of course. And now in here we add the get products method, returning all the products. That's the interface. And now in here, as always, control period, or we just use the light bulb here, which is also called the quick fix menu. We implement the interface, and then we get our get products method. We add the async keyword, and in here now we also need the constructor, because this service now wants to inject the data context to, well, get access to the data context similar to the controller. And then the controller, we can actually remove the data context. Maybe a bit confusing in the beginning, but please bear with me and stay with me. You will get the drill when you do this 1 or 2 times, and then really you can do that while you sleep, I promise. So first, the constructor, like that again, and we add the data context. Let's add the class already, or the reference, sorry. Call this context, create it and assign the field. And by the way, if that's too fast, this is a preview of the complete course. Please tell me in the comments, then I try to slow down a little bit, and maybe this then works better for you. Anyways, we got the product service injecting the data context. We've got our get products method here, and now we just grab this from the controller, go to our service, and then we return only the response. This is the data we want to return. The great thing is this cannot only used by the controller, we can add another service. I don't know, maybe you want to see another service for the administration dashboard, something like that, and then of course you can inject this product service and get the service response, so do not have to return this thing with the status code and so on. So the action result should really be returned by the controller here. But this is the great thing, right? So the controller is kind of dumb. The controller just knows the services and passes the request through to the service, calls it, and that's why we now say the response is wait product service and then get products, like that, and then we just return the response. That's it. So we've got our iProduct service interface, we got the product service implementation class, we registered everything in the startup CS here in the configure services method, and we've got our product controller. All right, and with that, when we saved everything and everything is rebuilt, we do not see any difference. Well, not surprising actually, but we are using a bit of practice now, I guess. Okay, so this is for the service, and next let's use a product service on the client. All right, now on the client, this is pretty similar actually. We've got a new folder first. So add a new folder, call this services. Again, we add the folder ProductService, and again we add the interface and the implementation class. So not existing, we want to add a new item, which is an interface. There it is, iProductService. Let's make this public, and we add the implementation class ProductService, and this implements the iProductService. Again, we have to register this, and we do that in the program CS file here. It looks a bit different. This time it's builder, services, but also add scoped. And again, we use the iProductService and the implementation ProductService. Add the reference, this time Blazor e-commerce client services. Okay. And with that, I also already add this reference to the imports razor. So add using Blazor e-commerce client services, and let's also already add using Blazor e-commerce client services product service. So now it's available in any page or component. And now regarding the implementation, it looks a little bit different. First, I want to add the property products, so list product, and with that then we will not use or store the products in the actual component product list. We will access the products from the iProductService. So the service always provides the current products the client should see. All right, so we've got our products as a property. Let's add the getter and the setter. And also we've got a method task get products. And as you can see here now, this method does not really return anything. So when the client calls this method, we will store the products then in this product's property, and again the ProductList component will access the products from the service. Now to the implementation class, we again use the quick fix menu here to implement the interface. We really don't need this stuff, so let's remove it like that. Okay, but what we can do is actually initialize the products list with a new products list, so or list product. So this is not null, and then we have to make the HTTP call, and you have already seen the call in the component here, ProductList, and it's maybe a bit similar to the controller. We don't actually want the logic here. We want it in a service. So we will inject the HTTP client in the product service and make this call there. And again, you guessed it, maybe we need a constructor here. So CTOR product service, and in here now we inject the HTTP client using system.net.http is what we need here. We call this HTTP, and again we will do this a lot, very often, create and assign the fields. Now we've got this thing here, and here now we can say var results is await. It's an asynchronous method, so let's add the async keyword, await HTTP get from, it's not there already, get from JSON async. So now we have to again add another reference, system.net HTTP JSON. This is a service response with a list of products. like that. And the URL now is API product. All right. And then, as I already told you, our products are the result data, because this thing is a service response, and here we want to set the data. Okay, this should be it for the client. And now the last thing, of course, is we want to display these products in our product list component. Now, to display the products in the product list component, we have to open the product list Razor file, not the CSS file, of course. And instead of the HTTP client here, we want to inject the iProductService. So iProductService, call this ProductService. Then in the uninitialized async method, we simply call await product service get products, and we can remove these products here. And then, of course, this would not work anymore because we have no products here. So what we want to change is we want to display the products of the product service. But first, we can add one more thing. We can add an if case where the products of the product service are null or the count is 0. And we do that again with the add character here and say if product service products is null, or we got a list but the count is 0, product service products count is 0, then we display a simple message with a span loading product, for instance. And now in the else case, we put our original HTML, and here now instead of products we say product service products. Okay, this should be it. Let's save everything, hope that it rebuilds. It does. And now let's have a look. Oh, we already saw the message loading products. Let's do that again. Yeah, it's there for a short time, so maybe we can add a throttling with fast 3G and then reload this again. We see loading products, and then we get our products here. So this works now. Of course, the end result doesn't really change. The only thing we have added is the message. Let me change that, no throttling. But under the hood, a lot has happened. And I forgot one more thing I actually wanted to add in the last lecture. I told you that the controller does not need the data context now, so let's just remove it real quick. All right, now it is gone. We only need the product service here because the product service injects the data context. All right, and that's it already for this section. We now use best practices. We've got our walking skeleton. This is a great foundation to now make lots of new implementations for the actual e-commerce application. All right, so the very next thing we should actually do is show the product details, maybe with page parameters, meaning when we click on a product with clicking or choosing the image or the title, then maybe we want to see some details of this product. Now, in this specific case, we already see the description here. Actually, we already see everything that is provided by a product on this product list page, but of course, this will change later. So let's prepare this by adding a product details page, and for that we add a new Razor component. So back to Visual Studio, there it is, and now in the pages folder we right click, hit add, and then Razor component, and we call this product details like that. Now, the very first thing we can already add is the page directive, because this is an actual page we want to access with a specific route. And the only thing you have to do to make a page out of this and add routing in Blazor is simply really add this page directive. There's no separate file where you have to add your routes like in other SPA frameworks. I also like these frameworks, don't get me wrong, but here in Blazor you do not have to do this. And let's add the route. So it would simply be products. And then to also add a page parameter, you just add curly braces. And in our case, this should be the ID of the product. And we can also add a constraint to a parameter. And here I want to use the int constraint. So this has to be a number. All right, and this is the route. And the next thing we will need is we also have to inject the product service, because later in a couple of minutes we want to get the product by its ID from the service. So similar to the last lectures where we got the complete way from the client to the service to the database to get all the products, now we will do the same in the next lectures to get a single product. Well, it's all about products, right? So we inject the iProduct service, call it product service. It is available thanks to the imports file, so we do not have to add the complete namespace here. And now we can also go already to the code block, and first we define a private products, which is null in the beginning. And now to make use of the parameter, we add this property int ID, and we have to use an attribute here, the parameter attribute, because with that we know that this is a parameter in the URL. Okay, and now when the parameter is set, maybe you know where I'm going. We need another method that accesses this parameter or gets this parameter, and the method we want to use here is another lifecycle method, and now we will use the method on parameters set, and we will use the async version of this thing. So protected override async task, and then on parameters set async. And what we do then is, when we got the ID, we set the product to product service products, and then we use the find method to get the product with the given ID. And here we use the lambda expression. If you don't know what the lambda expression is, well, in essence, it's exactly this thing here. Actually, we already did this in the course without telling you that we did this. It's a really short way to add this predicate here. As you can see here, the find method needs a predicate. We add this lambda expression, and what we do here now is we look for the product in our products list where the ID matches the given ID, and this is an uppercase I, of course. That's it. This now works, but it only works when we access the product list component first. So please keep that in mind. In this state now of the application, when we implement some other stuff, and then when we want to access this product details page, we first have to go to the index page, because in the index page, there it is, we use the product list component, and the product list component, there it is, makes the actual service call for now, and then the product list is set, and only then when we use the links and click the links to get to the product details, we actually get our product. But what the user could also do, of course, is access this route directly, and in this case it wouldn't work because the products list is empty. All right, again, of course, we will fix that in the next lectures, but for now, we can already test this with a little bit of HTML, and because this product could be null, we again add an if clause here, where we check if the product is null, and if this is the case, we add a span with a message loading products. Again, this is not always right, of course, I know this, but again, we will do this one step after another. But now to display the details, let's add some more HTML and also CSS again. So first another div media, with the class media. In here now, again we display the image, but it should look a little bit different, and that's why we use another class media, but we call it the same media image wrapper, and also some bootstrap stuff, so mr2, and now the image without a link now. So this is different from the product list component, but we get a media image CSS class, and the source now is the product. You see, this is the product in the code block. And in here now we use the image URL again, and we can also add a text with product title. Close the image, fix the typo, products. Now it works, okay. And then regarding the body, we add another div with the class media body, and in here now we add another title, also with the class like that, and add the product title. We add a paragraph with the description. And again, also the price, h4, class price, where we add $, product price. Okay, this should be it. And now let's also add some CSS. Again, we make use of CSS Isolation. So we add a new item. This is a style sheet, so let's look for CSS again. There it is, and we call it, let's call it ProductDetails Razor CSS. All right, that worked. And now regarding the CSS, again, we've got the media image class. Maximum height this time is 500 pixels. Same for the width. I want to add the border radius of 6 pixels, and the margin should be 0, then 10, 10, and 10. Okay, now regarding the media image wrapper, I add the maximum width of 500 pixels again. Same for the height. I know this is not the most exciting work, but still it then looks a little bit better. And regarding the responsiveness, again, we add the maximum for the maximum width of almost 1024, we say that the media image gets then in this case a maximum width of 300 pixels, and the wrapper, media image wrapper, gets a width of 100% and a height auto. Okay, and then only one thing is left, and this is actually the price, but we also use the price in the ProductList CSS. So let's just move it from here to the global app CSS file. That's the one, and let's just add it down here. Okay, so we've got our CSS. And the last thing now is to actually replace the URL in the product list component. Here we are, we've got our two links or two hrefs, and instead of the hashtag here, we want to use, or the hash sign, we want to use the actual URL, and in this case it is product, and then add product ID, simple as that. And we do the same down here when we click the title. That's it. Let's save everything. It's rebuilding. And now let's have a look at the application, already reloaded. And now let's go to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and we see this, and remove this because we really don't want to have this here. Let's go back real quick. Product details can be removed. Save it again. And now you would see if it would rebuild, but it doesn't. So maybe just save something else. Now it's rebuilding. And now this won't work because this is the actual URL, loading product. Of course, this is wrong. But when we go back and have our products here, we can now go to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and see the correct design. Same for Ready Player One and 1984, and on mobile or on your phone this looks like that. We can go back to the complete list, go to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy as well, and this works. But again, when we reload the page, it does not work, and that's what we change next. First, we will get a single product from the server. All right, now to get the single product from the server, we add another method to the interface, to the iProductService interface on or in our server project. And here we add a method with, again, the return type task ServiceResponse, but this time it only returns a single product. And we call this method getProductById maybe. And we have one parameter, which is the ID. And now in the ProductService implementation file, we implement the interface, add the async keyword here. And now regarding the implementation, we first initialize a response with var response equals new service response with a product. So we already got this covered. And then we want to access or get the product by accessing the context. And we do that with await context products again, but instead of returning or accessing all products, we use the method find async, and in here we only have to give this method the ID. But if this find async method does not find the product, we can do something else. So let's check if the product is null. We say response success is actually false. And we also add a message where we say sorry, but this product does not exist. Okay, but if it does exist, you guessed it, we say response data is this actual product, and in the end we return the response. So again, short recap, we initialize the service response, we try to get the product with the given ID here with the find async method, and if this product is null, so find async returns null, if it does not find a matching ID, then we can make use of our service response class here, set success to false and add a message. But if the product was found, then of course we just return it. And the next thing we need is another controller method. So in the product controller, we add another get method now, and this is crucial because when we have two get methods, the route would be the same and also the HTTP request method would be the same. But in our case, we will add a parameter so that the web API can differentiate between those two. So let's do that real quick. Public async, almost async, and then task action result service response product. Call this get product by ID with an ID. And in here now, these methods will look very, very similar. We've got our results. We can call it response or results. Sometimes I just want to make my life a little bit exciting, so I just use another name for the variable. And this is await product service, and then get product by ID with the given ID. And in the end, again, we return OK result. And now the important part, we use again HTTP GET, but here now we add an additional parameter to the route. So the final route then will be API/product/ and then the ID. Let's save this. And now in the next lecture, we will add the functionality to get the single product on the client, but we can already test this. When we fix the error here, we have to simply save everything. It's rebuilding again. All right. So let's go back to Chrome real quick. And now when I add API/product1, we get the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy from the server. All right, nice. So this works. And again, now let's get the single product on the client. Similar to the server project, we first add another method to the interface of the product service. And this time now, it returns a task and a service response and the product, of course, with this service response. And you will see why in a minute. We call this function also get product by ID with an ID as a parameter. And now in the product service, we implement the interface. All right. Add the async keyword here. And the result now is await HTTP get from JSON async service response product. And now here comes the final URL, which is API product, uppercase, lowercase, doesn't really matter. And then the ID. Pay attention to the $ here. With that, we can use the parameter in curly braces without, cutting the string. So use plus signs to merge strings together with the parameter and so on. This looks better, I think, and you can read it much better. So this is the actual call, and then we return the result, and the component now will react to the result, and that's why we use the service response here. So again, let's format and save this. And now we go to our product details eraser component. And now first in the code block, we add a new field, which is a message. And now in this method here, we say the message is loading product first, and we use the message up here at message. So we're displaying this string now. We want to get the result. So await ProductService, and then make the get products by ID call with the ID parameter. And now we check if the result is not successful, or the call is not successful, then we set the message to result message. And if everything went fine, then we say our product is the data of the service response. We remove this here because we do not need it anymore. Let's just save it again and let's have a quick look. Here's our list. We go there. We saw the message really on a really short time. But here we see the call actually. We can go back, see Ready Player 1, 1984. That's great. We can now reload the page and get 1984, for instance. But what if we add the ID 4? Sorry, but this product does not exist. Isn't that great? So this works just fine. We can see a list of our products. We can see single products. We can access them. So for instance, you can share this link if you want to tell your friend, hey, have you read this book? Here's the link to it. Buy this. It's amazing. And it really is. And then you can do that now. You can share the link. Isn't that nice? All right. And next up, we introduce categories. All right. Now to add categories, of course, we first have to add another model. So back to Visual Studio. In our shared project now, we add another class, and this is the category. And maybe you remember from the introduction of this preview here that we will use categories like books, video games, and so on. So we will also seed some data, of course, for the categories. But first, let's add this model here and then add another migration. This class should be public, called category, and it gets 3 properties: the ID of the category, the name, and a URL. So first int ID, and then a string, which is the name of the category, and the last one also a string, which is the URL, like that. And after that, we also add the category to the product model because we want to, well, put a product in a certain category. Makes sense, I guess, and that's why we add here another property which is of type category now. So we actually get the category, and also we add the category ID with int and then a category ID. And with that, actually adding the category ID is not really necessary, because when we add the category itself, so in this line here, Entity Framework recognizes that and will add an ID, a foreign ID, to the product model here. But maybe we need the category ID sometime, so it does not hurt to add the category here as a property as well. So with that now, we can add another migration, and then you will see in the database or already in the up method that we will change, or we will add a category and also the category ID as a new column for the product. All right, now to add a migration first, before we add the migration, we have to add a new database set here of type category, and we call this categories. This makes sense, I guess. And additionally, we want to seed some categories, and let's do that up here. Again, we use model builder, this one here, then the entity category. And now the categories have some data, there it is. And here we say new category, and this thing now gets an ID, ID1. The name is books. This is the thing we will display in the menu, and a URL, also books. And now let's format this a little bit and also add 2 more categories. IDs are 2 and 3. Additionally, we want to see some movies with that URL, and also video games with that URL here. So these are the categories, and now we also have to change our products. We have to add the category ID, and for these products this is the same. So category ID is 1 for all the 3 books, of course, and we will add more products later, but I can already tell you we will not type this then manually. I will show you where you can copy the whole text, so the seeding should be done much faster in this case. Okay, but for now we got the categories, we got the category IDs for our products, we added the DB set. So now we can actually, we see an error here. Okay, I hope this is nothing really bad. So I hope it already builds, but well, we can test it already with adding a new migration with .NET migrations, add categories. We built the app. Hope it succeeds. Yes, it does. Yeah, maybe we lose some data here, but that's fine for now. And let's have a look at the migration file. There it is. We see a new column. As I told you, in the products table, we get the category ID, and we get this new table here, categories, with the fields, ID, name, URL. The ID is the primary key, standard stuff. We insert some categories already, and we update data because our products we already have get the category ID, and we also get a new foreign key here. Well, and in the down method, we drop everything again. This looks good, so let's update the database with .NET EF database update. All right, and now let's have a look in the SQL Server Management Studio. We have to close this because we get a new column. So if I just execute the SQL here, I do not see the new column. So let's just refresh everything. And now we get the categories table with its columns and also the products table with the new category ID column, which is also a foreign key. And now we can have a look. Here we see the category ID. That's nice. And also here we see our categories. Great. So this works. And next we seed more products. All right, and to seed more products, you see it here already. I prepared this a little bit. Here is the complete data context file of a preparation of this preview or of this course. And well, I just added some products here for the categories. Movies and video games. You can see it here. It's The Matrix, Back to the Future, and Toy Story. Great movies. And the games Half-Life 2, Diablo 2, the old one, not resurrected, and Day of the Tentacle. And also I added an Xbox and a Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Really great stuff, of course. And let's just copy this, and you should be able to see the GitHub repository of this preview in the video description below. So please just go to the GitHub repo, go to the data context file, and then copy and paste the products. So now here in the, where is it, the data context, I just add these products. Yep, isn't that nice? Let's format this. Now the formatting worked. This is great. So we got the proper IDs and the categories. The price is set, title, description, and so on. We've got images. So now we've got a couple more products, and now we are able to add another migration with that. So let's simply save this, and we again enter .NET EF migrations add, and then now we call this migration seed more products. And then let's see. Okay, again, let's check the up method here. Yeah, we insert some data. That's great. So let's update the database and have a quick look. This should not change, but this should change. Yeah, there it is. Okay, great. So we've got 11 products now. We've got books, we've got movies, we've got video games, and 2 consoles. That's nice. But now let's implement a new service and a new controller to get all the categories from the server. Okay, now for the category service, this is actually straightforward. We've got our services folder here, we've got our product service folder, and now we do exactly the same for the category service. So right click, add a new folder, and this time it's the category service. And again, we add an interface and an implementation class. The interface is called iCategoryService, and the implementation class CategoryService. This thing implements the iCategoryService, and we make this public. And again, we want to register this in the startup class, so we can actually copy this line, paste it down here, and we say iCategoryService, and here the category service, and of course we need the reference. Now this works. This is our server services category service now. Okay, these are the preparations, and now in here we add a method called getCategories, and this returns a task with a service response. And the service response gets a list of categories, and of course we add the shared project here with the using directive, we call this method get categories. Get categories. Okay. And now here we implement the interface like that. Nice. All right. And again, straightforward, we add a constructor now, and then at the body of the get categories method, where we access the context, the data context that we will inject in the constructor, and well, access the categories, of course. So first the constructor, and again in here we say data context contexts. We add the reference and create the field context. And in here now we add the async keyword first, and then say categories are awaits context categories to list async. Again, add the reference to Microsoft Entity Framework Core, and in the end we return a new service response with a list of categories where the data is our categories list, like that. Close this and make this, Jesus, make this right, please. No, it's correct. Okay. So yeah, we access the context, and with that the categories now, not the products, of course. And here we return a new service response with the categories as the data of the service response. And now the last thing on the server is a new controller, meaning the category controller. So right click the controllers folder and add this new empty API controller, and we call this one category controller. Okay, and here now again a constructor real quick, where we inject the category service, call this category service, add the references like that, and now we add a method public async task action result service response list category. Call this get categories, and maybe we add the references first to the shared folder or the shared project. And in here now we say var results is await category service get categories, and again we return OK result like that. And do not have to do this, but let's still do it. We add our HTTP GET attribute. Okay, so this is now the implementation for the service to get all the categories. We can actually already test this by running the app and again use the proper route or the proper URL in the browser here, but maybe not here. Let's use the old application. I don't know if that's the correct one. This should be it, I guess. Let's reload this thing. Yep. And now we simply add API category, and there are our categories. Nice. So the server works, the web API works for that. And now let's add the category service on the client. Again, same stuff. We add a new folder, category service. And this really is maybe tedious at times, but you usually really only have to do this in the beginning. When you got all your services in place and everything is done with good practices, then you really can focus on the actual implementations, and maybe then it's more fun, I hope. But still, I hope it's already fun for you and you're learning a lot. Please tell me in the comments, that would be really nice. So anyways, we've got the category service and we add an interface here. So a new item, interface. This is the category service. Yeah, that's correct. Make this public. We add the implementation. Category service. All right. Implements the category service. Let's again register this thing here. Category service. Category service. Add the namespace. Client services, that's correct. Sometimes you really have to pay attention here, because it could be the case that it uses the server services namespace, which would not be correct. And also we add the using here, so it's available everywhere for category service. Okay, so we've got this, and now regarding the interface, similar again to the product service, we add the category list here, which is a property actually. We add the shared projects and also the method task get categories, like that. Remove this thing and add it here. Okay. And now let's implement the interface. There it is. Jesus. Every time. Okay. And now regarding the category service, again, we add a constructor, inject the HTTP client. We can initialize the categories. And of course, in the get categories method, we make our get call to our web API. So first the constructor, where we inject the HTTP client, call this HTTP. Got the reference, create the fields. This is a new list of categories. And now here we say the response is HTTP. Let's make this asynchronous, of course. So HTTP get from JSON async. Add the reference HTTP JSON, and we expect a list of categories, and the route is API category. Again, uppercase, lowercase, regarding the category term here does not really matter. This is our response. Something is wrong here. HTTP get from JSON async list category. Yeah, why 3 times? 2 times. That's correct. Oh, and it's actually a service response, of course. So service response with a list of categories, and now the third one. All right, this is the response. And now we set the categories to the response data. And that's the category service, the start of the category service on the client. And now to make use of all these implementations, we make changes to the NavMenu, where we then display the categories finally. So let's do that next. All right, so we've got the service, and here now in the shared folder we see the NavMenu. We did not have a look here until now, but now we do, and we will add some code to load the categories and display links to the specific categories then. What we already can do actually is maybe remove the counter and the fetch data link because we don't really need it. Or we first start with the code block. Maybe this makes more sense. So in the code block now, we add another lifecycle method, the onInitialized async method. You know this one already. So protected override onInitialized async. It's an asynchronous method. And here now we want to access the category service. But before we can do that, of course, we have to inject the category service. So up here, we say inject iCategoryService, category service. And now down here, we can call the category service and call the method get categories like that. And this is now let's make this asynchronous. Now the lines are gone. Great. And with that now the code block is done. So now we can go to the HTML, and as I already told you, we can remove the actual links here for fetch data and the counter page. And regarding the home page, let's see, maybe we can remove almost everything. Let's keep the home link, but not with an icon. Of course, I have a design in mind, and you have seen that the final design in the introduction, but we won't change the theme for now. We still will have the same type of menu, but we removed the icon here now. But we keep we leave the home link, and we will add now a list of links to the categories. So again, we've got the home link. This is nice. Got the list item here. Then after that, I want to add a divider. So we can do that with li for list item and add the class dropdown divider provided by Bootstrap. So we got the little line, and then this is separated. The home link then is separated from the categories. And to display the categories now, we use a for each. So again, we use inline C# code in our HTML here. And of course, we call the current element category, but the collection is category service categories. And for every single category, we add another list item with the class nav item px3, similar to the stuff we have already on top for the home link. And after that, we use the navlink component. This is a component that is already provided by Blazor WebAssembly. And we give this also the class navlink. But the href is different now. Of course, it is now the category URL. And the text is category name. All right, that's it. Let's have a quick look. Did it rebuild? Yes, it did. It did, and here it is. Here it is already, but nothing really happens, or not the expected stuff happens. Of course, we can click on the links, but the application tells us, sorry, there's nothing at this address. And this, by the way, comes from the app raiser here. which uses the main layout. But if the page has not been found, then we see, sorry, there's nothing at this address. And we will change the main layout in the next sections. But for now, this is not interesting for us. We see the categories now in the menu. This is great, but the links do not work. So let's change that, of course. Now, to make this stuff work, we first need another method in our server project. And this method should provide the products for a certain category. So here now we see a big list of products, but now we want to kind of filter them and only display the products by their category. So back to Visual Studio. And again, in our server project now, we go to the product service. We do not need a new service. We have our product service, and we add a new method returning task service response list of products, and this time it is called get products by category, and we add a category URL as a parameter, and of course implement this method right here. There it is. And now regarding this method, we add the async keyword, and here we say our response is a new service response, of course, with a list of products. And we can already set the data here. It's another way to do this with await context products. And now comes something new. We can filter this with the where function. So where, and then we add another lambda expression where the category of the product and the URL of this category, let's say to lower, equals the category that is given to lower, and then we turn these products to a list, but I'm not sure about the bracket here. Category, another one, and now we can turn this into a list. Okay, that's nice. Maybe put this into a new line. Doesn't really help. Let's also put this in a new line. Maybe do it like that. All right. So again, we access the products of our context, and then with the help of the where function, we filter them by the category. And oh yeah, of course, we do not need the semicolon here, we need it here. All right, so this is our data already, and then we simply return this response. And now we can go to the product controller again and add another method. Again, public async task action result service response with a list of products, and we call this also get products by category, and have the category URL as a string. And here now again the result is await ProductService get products by category URL, and we return OK result. And up here now, this is also a get call, but now the URL is also category, and then the parameter category URL, like that. We save everything, it's rebuilding, And again, we can test this in the browser. So when I now say API product and then category and then books, for instance, I only get the books. And of course the same works for the movies and also the video games. All right, and next up we do the same for the client so that we get the product by category on the client. So first we go to the ProductService interface of our client product service. So in here we've got the ProductService interface. And what we will do now here is first we add the category URL as a string parameter to the getProducts method. So let's do that first. And in the method then we will decide to either get all the products or the products by a specific category. And that's why we set this to null by default, because then we can well get all the products when the category URL is null. And then we will add something new, which is an event, because when we get new products, we want to raise an event, and then we will subscribe to this event. And when this event then is invoked, we will essentially update or re-render a component to display the new products. So this only as an introduction, and now let's do this. So first the event here in the interface, and then later in the or in a few minutes in the implementation class. So event action, and then we call this event products changed, and in essence we can also call this then event callback, because with that kind of implementation we can tell Razor component here with Blazor WebAssembly that it should re-render itself, maybe because the content has changed. And when we only use the onInitialized method, but we access a component again only with a different URL, then it won't be re-rendered. But with this event, then we can tell this method to re-render. You will see what I mean by that along the way when we implement all this. So let's first implement the interface here. We've got our event, public event action, products changed, and then also the get products method now has to be changed. It gets the string parameter category URL, which is null by default again. And now we can remove this. Now this was automatically generated here, but we don't need it. Of course, this has just been changed. And the first modification here is we want to check, has the category URL been provided or not? Is it given or not? And if it's null, we make the same call, so var result. And then if we use the ternary operator here, if the category URL is null, then we make this call, and otherwise, let's copy this, we make this call here with API products, then category, and then let's add the $sign here, $sign, this one, and then of course the category URL. So we make different web service calls here, and in the end we invoke the products changed event. So products changed invoke, like that. And this is everything we have to do to erase this event. And now again we will subscribe to this in our product list component. But first we have to go to the index Razor. There it is. Because now what's really important, we have the option to access a certain category. So we have to add another route here. And this route looks like that. It's only one parameter, the category URL. Okay, and now we also add a code block here because we want to make use of this parameter. So add code. And now this parameter, of course, is the category URL. So string category URL, and we set this to null by default. And then when this parameter is set, we make the call to the product service and get the products. So these are then set, and then we go to the product list component. So first protected override async on parameter. Okay, what happened here? Async on parameter set. Nice. When I hit return, it removes my code. Okay, on parameters set async. That's the one. And don't forget the return type. Okay. Protected override async task on parameter set async. That's the one. And here we then call, when we injected the product service, add inject I product service wait product service get products with the category URL. Okay, this is the important change for the index eraser. And now regarding the product list, we have to subscribe to the event. But maybe we can already have a look at the current state of the application. Is it rebuilt? Yes, it is. So let's go back to Chrome. There it is. And let's reload. Yep, that's it. We've got an error. Let's have a quick look. Object reference not set to an instance. The problem prints in the product service line 36 in the client. Yep. Product service. There it is. Products changed in Vogue. Yeah, let's comment this out here because there is no component that subscribed to this event, and that's why this error happened. And now let's have a look at the network tab. We make the calls here. I'm gonna reload the page. We also make but there's still this call. Wait a sec. In the product, where is the product list component? Let's comment this thing out here and reload again. And when the app is now reloading, we see loading products. That's great, but we do not see the change. Or to be more exact, the product list component does not recognize the change. We can go to the books category, for instance, movies, video games, and we see the calls. They actually happen and we get the result, but the product list component has no idea that something has changed here. So what we have to do is we have to subscribe to this event. So let's go back real quick here and comment this back in again and enable the invoke of this products changed event again. And then now in the product list, we can actually remove the get products call because this is done by the index razor component now. But what we have to do now is we want to subscribe to the products changed event, and also we have to unsubscribe on dispose. And to unsubscribe, we have to implement the iDisposable interface, this thing here, and then add another method, which is public void dispose. Public void dispose And then what we do is we subscribe to the product service products changed event with plus equals. And what we want to do then is we want to call state has changed. And as you can see here, it says this function notifies the component that its state has changed, and when applicable, this will cause the component to be re-rendered. So this is what we want to do here, and we want to unsubscribe on this pose with minus equals, and then we do not need the uninitialized async. We can use the synchronous one like that. Okay, and this should be it. Let's have a quick look again. Yeah, we invoke this method or this event, and we subscribe and unsubscribe here. And now let's reload the page. Yeah, it already works. It has been reloaded already. So let's go to the home page again. We now get all the products. So the category is null. And that's why the index component calls the, let's have a quick look. The index component calls the getProducts method with category URL is null. And when we go there and have a look at the implementation, we see it here. In the case the category is null, we make this call here, API product. But if we go to video games, for instance, we make this call here, and this is the correct URL, API product category video games, and the same for movies, books, and again video games. Or on the home page we get all the products. And with that, with every change, we invoke this products changed event, and since the product list component now is subscribed to that, it gets it, so it knows that something has changed, state has changed is called, and the component re-renders itself. So that's how we can communicate the change of the product list in the product service to any component in essence, because any component could subscribe to this products changed event. Okay, I hope this was clear, and with that we're actually done with the categories for now. So we see the categories in the NavMenu, and we can actually enter the category by or with the help of the NavMenu, and also by typing the category in the address bar of the browser. All right, next it's time for product variants, meaning if you want to get the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, for instance, maybe you do not want the paperback, maybe you also want the ebook or even the audiobook. And in this course, I call this variants, product variants, and that's what we're going to implement next. All right, product variants. Again, we want different types or variants of our products. For example, a book as an ebook or as paperback, a game for the PC, the PlayStation, or the Xbox, or the Nintendo Switch, and so on. So we need two models for that, a product type class and a product variant class, and we will use them in our product model then. So first, let's go to our shared project and add a new class which is called product type. This is public, and this product type consists of two properties, which is the ID and a string, which is the name. So this is actually really the definition of the type of a product, meaning is it an ebook, is it for the PlayStation, is it for the Xbox, and so on. And this product type will be then used in the product variant. So this is the product type, we're already done with that, and next is the product variant. So let's add another class. Add class, This is the product variant then. Also public. Now this class, this model will not get an ID. It will get a composite key, meaning the primary key will consist of a product ID and a product type ID. So only or the combination of one product ID and one product type ID can only exist once. So first we add the product as a property here, and then the corresponding product ID, and then we add the product type, also call it product type, and we also add the corresponding product type ID, and we have to add this composite key then in the data context again in the configuration. But first let's finish the product variant, because one thing I want to add here is another attribute which is called JSON ignore. Now what is this thing? This means when we get the product variant from the server, from the service, then the product would be filled normally, but with that annotation here, with that attribute JSON ignore, we do this because we actually don't need the whole product here. The product will have the product variants. So if we serialize the whole product here again, we would get a circular reference that might result in an error. And that's why we add JSON ignore here. Okay, and then what I also want to add is the price and an original price. So the price will now be covered by the variant and not the product itself. So let's add another property. Decimal was correct. This is the price, and also an original price, because with that we can, for instance, strike through or display the original price with a strike through text and then show another price, so it seems that this product now is on sale, for instance, something like that. So we've got the original price, and here now we also have to add this column and type name annotation. So column type name is decimal 18,2, and also close the bracket here, and that's the correct reference. And we do the same for the original price. Save this, and then regarding the product we remove the price and also the attribute. Okay, that's it. And now of course we have to pay attention, because first we add also the product variants to our product model, but then we are using the price of the product in some HTML code and also in the data seeding, so we really have to change this. But first, not that I forget it, we also want a list of product variants here. So list product variant, and this is called variants, and we can also initialize this with a new list of product variants. So we got another relationship here. Every product can have many variants. Okay, that's that, and we can actually stop the application because we have to add another migration anyways. So again, to make this work just for now, we have to hide the price in the product list first. Where is it? The product list component. Here it is. You see the error. Just for now, with Control K and C, we can hide it here. And also in the product details, that's here. Let's just hide it like that. And of course, we'll add the price back when the proper implementation of the product variants are done. So this is, or so far, the models. And next, let's configure the composite primary key and add more data seeding. But again, for that, you can access the GitHub repository and copy and paste all the products and the product types, of course. Okay, now to add a composite primary key, we go to the data context again. And before we do this, we first add our new database sets. So maybe just copy this line, paste it down here. And now we get two more types, or two new models. The product type, we call the table product types, and then we've got the product variant, and we call this one product variants. All right. Now, of course, we also have this error here. The price cannot be set in the product now. It is set in the variants, but we do not have to remove it. Maybe we can just copy and paste the product from the GitHub repo. But first, I want to add the composite key now for the product variants. And to do that, again, we use the model builder. And we want to do something with the product variant entity. And here now, let's do it here maybe, we call the method hasKey, following by another lambda expression where we say this product variant has a key that consists of the product ID and the product type ID, like that. This is also called the Fluent API. So with that, we now have our composite key. We cannot do this with an attribute or with annotations in the model itself. We have to do it that way, but this totally works. So no problem here. But now regarding the seeding, let me open the GitHub repo, because this is really a lot. So regarding the product types, let's just copy this here. There it is. And now let's just enter it here. So with that, we've got our 10 product types for books and movies and video games. And then you have seen it here. There are the categories and then the products. I'm not sure if this is correct here. So maybe we remove the price manually, because we do not have we do not see the variants here in the definition of the products. We see the relationships here. So let's copy this code. And while we're doing this, I mean, we do not have a lot of products, so let's just remove the price here and also here. Half-Life 2, Diablo, Day of the Tentacle, and then the 2 consoles. And that's it. Okay, wasn't too bad. And now also the product variants. So these are the relationships. As you can see here, for instance, product ID 1 is a book. We've got product type 2, which is the paperback. And then we set the price and the original price, and the same with the same with the first book. We also get the book as an ebook, but the price is then different. And then here it's another type, and so on. Okay, so far the seeding, and now we can add another migration. Again, for the migration, we do this in the package manager console with .NET EF migrations, add product variants maybe, and I hope we did everything right. Build started and succeeded, and we get a new migration. Great. So this worked. Where is it? Product variants. Now there's some stuff happening. We drop the price column in the products table. We create the product types with ID and name. Primary key is ID. We get the product variants with the product ID, product type ID, the price, and the original price. And now here you can see the primary key that consists of the product ID and the product type ID, and also the foreign keys for, again, the product ID and the product type ID. And then we insert a bunch of data. Okay. And then the down method. This looks good to me. So let's update the database with .NET EF database update. Okay, that's done. Let's have a look again. Maybe close everything, refresh the database here. And we get new tables. Here is the product type. Here the product variants. And still the products and the categories. These did not change, but we've got the product types here. Nice. We get the variants. All right. And of course, that was not right. The products changed. In fact, the price column is now gone, but we see the price here with the product variants. All right. This worked just fine. And now we have to write some code again. We have to include the product variants and the types in the product service. All right, so I opened the product service in our server projects, and here we get the methods get product by ID, get products, and get products by category. Now the problem is, if we would leave the code as it currently is, the product variants would not be loaded. But we can fix that with the function include, and then also use the function then include to, well, include the types in the product variants. So let's just implement this, and then you will see what I mean by that. The very first one should be the get product by ID method. Here we get the products with context products and then find async. But now I add the function include, this one here, and again with a little lambda expression, I say I want to include the product variants, and then I can say then include, meaning that in the variants there is this relationship to the product type. So for the variants I also want to include the product type of the variant, like that. And then we have to use now the method first or default async instead of find async. And here we add another lambda expression, which is in essence the same, meaning we want to get the product where the ID of the product matches the given ID. And to make this a bit more readable, let's put that in new lines. So again, context products includes, we want to get the variants of the products, and then from the variants we want to get the product type so that we get the name and we can display the name then, and we only want to get the product where the ID of the product matches the given ID. And to also get access to the variants in the get products and the get products by category method, we have to make a change here as well, of course. So the first one is here, where we simply include the variants again. So for every product we include the list of variants, and the same here. This is our where function. And after that, let's put it here. We also want to include the variants, but without the semicolon, like that. We don't need the type here because where we call these functions get products, we do not display the type, so we don't need that, but we want to have access to the price, and that's why I need the variants here. Okay, these are the server changes, and now we want to display the price in the product list component next. All right, so in the product list component, now at the moment it's commented out, so we do not show any price because the product itself does not have a price anymore. But what we can do now is we can access the variants list of this product, and then, for instance, what we can do is say when there's only one variant of this product, we simply show exactly this price. Or if you get a list of variants, then we display something like starting at so-and-so dollars. To do that, let's write another function, private one, where we return a string, so we can use it in the HTML above, and we call this get price text, and we give this method a product, and from the product now we want to get the variants, so product variants. And now here, first we check if the variance count is 0, then we simply return an empty string like that. Else, if the variance count is exactly 1, so we really got only one variant, we want to display exactly this price, so we return a string that looks like this, $, so that we can use the variable, and then the $sign for the actual string. And in here now we say variance with the index 0 because we got one variant. That's why we can do this, and from this one we display the price. And in the other case we get a list of variants, then we get the minimum price first, and for that we can use the min function here, and we want to get the minimum value of the price of all the variants. Okay, cute and sweet little function, comes in quite handy. And when we got this, we return a string that says starting at, and then the $sign again, min price. That's the function, and then we use the function right here at get price text for the current products, like that. All right, let's save this and have a look. Let's run the app with .NET Watch Run. There it is, and we already see the price. Let's open the console because I like to have it open all the time. We see here for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy starting at $7.99. That's nice. We see the other prices. The Matrix starting at $3.99. So this seems to work just fine. Great. And next we display the price again in the product details component. All right, so I'm at the product details component. You see the price again is commented out. And now how would this work? The very first thing we need is a product type ID. So let's add one here, private int let's call this current type ID, and we already initialize this with the value 1, so we can make sure that the first product variant is shown. The goal is to display a select box the user can use to choose the product variant he or she wants to buy. So with that current type ID, we make sure for now that we get we get one variant selected, and then in the onParameterSet function here, we set the ID, the type ID of the first variant if we get a variant. Maybe sounds a bit complicated, but it's not really that complicated in essence, but let's just do this first. So if the product variance count is greater than 0, then in this case we say the current type ID is product variance 0 for now. Again, we will add a select box and then we will change that. And here now this is a product, this is the product type ID. So this is how we then override or set the current type ID. In our case, we use the very first variant for now so that we can implement the HTML stuff, and another method we will add in a second, but later we will add a select box to do all this. Okay, now we need another method called getSelectedVariant, and with that method we use the current type ID. And that's again why we need the type ID. So private product variant get selected variant, and now here we say our variant is product variants first or default, where the variant product type ID equals the current type ID, and then we return this variant here. And now we can use this method to properly display the price of the product variant. So instead of this, we say if getSelectedVariant is not null, then we can display the price. If we have an original price and it's greater than the new price, the actual price, then we display this one. So if getSelectedVariant original price is greater, getSelectedVariant price, and I'm missing something here, I missed the if. So if the original price greater than the original price, no, original price is greater than the actual price, then we say h6 class text muted, and also original price. We will add the CSS in a second. And now here I want to show the original price again with $at getSelectedVariant original price. And in any case, I want to display the actual price. Don't know why I removed this, but now it's back again. getSelectedVariant price, like that. And now let's add a little CSS real quick. For the original price, we add text decoration strike, not strike, line through. That's what I wanted. And let's save this. It's rebuilding. Let's have a look. Almost. I think the CSS is not loaded. Yeah, now it's here. Okay, this works. This already works. Nice. We've got an original price. It got the proper text decoration. It is smaller. And the actual price is here to see. Okay, great. So this works. And now let's finally add the select box to enable the user to choose another variant. All right, now for the select box, we're still in the product details razor component, and under the description now, we will add the select box, and let's just do it directly without talking much. Very first thing we need is an if case again, where we check if the product variants are not null and if we got more than one variant, because only in this case it makes sense to display a select box. So first, if the product variants are not null and the product variants count is greater than 1, and in this case we add a div with the class form group provided by Bootstrap, and then already we add a select with the class form control also provided by Bootstrap, and then we use this little thingy here, bind, and this, well, is in essence data binding again. We also used it a lot already, but in this case we bind the result of the select box with the current type ID. And if you know HTML, for the select box we need also some options. So let's use a for each again, and for each variant in the product variants we add an option, and this looks like this. The value here is the variant product type ID, and what we actually want to display is the variant product type name. Okay, and that's it already. One more thing I want to tell you here, we're using the default HTML select. There is also a built-in component provided by Blazor called input select, but if you wanted to use it here, we would need an edit form as well, and we will do all this later when we register new users, make logins, and so on. In this case, then we will use an edit form, but for now this is totally sufficient, and this works just fine with the normal select of HTML. I think the most important part is the binding here and also displaying the values, so we know what value is then set to the current type ID. Okay, so we saved it. I think it's building. Yep, this works. And now let's go to the Hitchhiker's Guide, and here it is. We can select the variants, and you see that the prices change as well. Got the paperback, got the ebook, and also the audiobook. Isn't that nice? So this is everything regarding the product variants, and next up we start implementing the product search feature. All right, now you've already seen that the search works in two ways actually. Of course, there's an input text field where you enter your search term, but not only do you get results when you hit return with your search term, also you get suggestions first. And what we will do to make this possible is we will implement on the server a function to search a product by your text and also get these suggestions by the entered text. You will see what I mean again in the very next sections. But the very first thing is, or the very first thing we will implement for now is searching a product on the server based on your entered text. And we will look for this text in the product name or in the title and also in the description. And I would say we start with the product first, and after that we will then implement a function to get the suggestions, and after that we will implement the actual input text field with a data list where we then see the suggestions and we can click on them and so on. Okay, so first in our server project, in the product service, in the interface, we add another function here. Again, it's returning a task with a service response. We could actually copy and paste this, but anyways, this service response has a list of products, and we call this method, just a sec, now we are here, we call this method simply search products, and we will give this method a search text. That's it. Now let's implement this thing. Right here, we just say implement interface, and now we've got our method, and it is an asynchronous method. So let's enter the async keyword, and now, as always, we enter the context and from that the products, and then look for the specific product we want to find, or the products we want to find with the given search text. We can already set a response for that actually. So let's say bar response is a new service response with a list of products. And now in here we say that data is await context products, and now again we will use the where function here, where the product title, let's set this to lower, contains the search text to lower, or, and now the description, and let me not close the where function for now, where the description to lower contains the search text to lower, like that. And after that again we include the variants, that, and we turn this into a list like that. And something is missing, the bracket here, and now this is correct, and add the semicolon here. All right. And after that, we return the response like that. All right. Okay, now with that, we of course need another controller function to be able to call this search products function here. So let's go to the product controller, and we now add public async task. Actually, let me just copy this time. All right, and we call this again search product string search text, and again we say the result is await product service, search products with the search text, and in the end we return OK result like that. And now let's save everything. And when this is hopefully rebuilt, then we can actually test this already again with the browser. But I see I forgot one thing, of course, the HTTP get method, yeah, the attribute and the proper URL, of course. So now this is then API, then the controller, meaning product, and then let's say search, and then we add the search text as a parameter. And now this is correct. It's rebuilding, and now we can test this. So let's go back to our application, and now in here we say API product and then search, and then the search text, for instance, ready, and we get ready player 1, for instance. And in the introduction we saw something with the term science, and then we get more products. That's nice. And we can actually, if we do not filter this, there it is. We also get the preview here. This is the call. We get 4 products back: Hitchhiker's Guide, Ready Player 1, 1984, Matrix, and Back to the Future. That's nice. So this works, and now we implement the function to get the search suggestions. For that, again, we go to our interface, of course. We copy this stuff this time, and we call this method now get product search suggestions, like that. Again, it returns a list of products with the service response, and it gets a search text, of course. Let's implement this thing again. Implement interface, there it is. We add the async keyword now. And then we first want to get the products, and actually we already made this call here, so maybe we can refactor this real quick with extract method. So I just selected everything, say extract method, and then let's say find products, maybe something like by search text, like that. And now we can again use this method here. So var products is await find products by search text. So we get the exact same products, but we want to call this method as soon as the user enters, I don't know, 2 or 3 characters in the input box. So with that, now we create a list of strings for the response, for the result. So after receiving the products, we first initialize this list of strings. So result will be a new list of strings. And now for each product that we find, we say if the product title contains the search text, then we add the title of the product to the result. And if the product description is not null, and then we try to find, or we find the word, the term, the search text in the description. And from the description, we then grab the complete word. So if we just, for instance, enter sci as CI, and it appears in the description of a product, then we want to put the complete word in the suggestion data list. Hope this makes sense. But first, let's use the products here. So in our for each, with all the products now in the products collection, first thing we do is we say if product title, and actually we don't have to use the toLower function. We can do it in another way just to show you how you can do this as well. So if the search text is in the title, but we also say string comparison ordinal ignore case, that's actually the same as using the toLower function. So we do not we don't mind the case. Doesn't really matter how it's written. And in this case now, we say result add and then the product title. So again, maybe in the description you've seen it. When I enter Diablo, for instance, then I see the complete title for Diablo 2 or Diablo 2 Resurrected. And now regarding the description, we first check if the product has a description. And if so, then it's getting a little complicated. So first we define the punctuation, and we get this with product description where, and then the char is punctuation, and from that distinct to array. All right. And now we get the words. So product description split. And then we use the select function here, where we say for every word trim with the punctuation, or trim the punctuation away. Okay, and then we have this array of words without the punctuation, and now we can check for each word in the words collection if the word contains the search text, again with the string comparison ordinal ignore case, and our result does not already contain this word, contains word, so otherwise it would be added 2, 3, 4 times. Then we say results at the word. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. First, we just check for the product title and add the complete or the proper title to our results string list. And then we have a look at the description. We prepare the description where we just extract all the words. And then for every word in the description, we do in essence the same as with the product title, where we look if this word contains the search text and we haven't already added it to our results list, then we add it to the result. And in the end, we return a new service response with a list of products, where we then set the data to the results. And of course, as always, we also have to add this to the product controller. So let's add another method. Yep, I'm starting to copy and paste stuff because, well, it's pretty similar. And now for search suggestions and search text, this is the URL, and maybe use the S here in uppercase so we can read it a bit better. Search suggestions, tongue twister. And now the function, of course, called get product search suggestion with the search text. And now get product search suggestion. Forgot the S. Now it's correct. And now this is everything we had to do. And again, we can test this in the browser, but something is not correct. Save this again. Building. Cannot implicitly convert list string to... Yep, that's correct. See, copy pasting stuff, not the best idea. So this actually returns a list of strings, and here it's actually the same. So let's go to the function strings, and also here the list of strings. Now this should be correct. Yep, rebuilding, and let's refresh this. And now search suggestions. Science, we only get science, but for instance, I don't know, let's just add scientist and science. See, that's nice. What about Diablo 2 and Diablo? Okay, nice. Yeah, Diablo 2 Resurrected is not there because I have added this in the admin dashboard then of the app. So that's only Diablo 2 and Diablo, but for instance, day would be day and day of the tentacle and day in uppercase. Okay, maybe we can fix this, but I think that's still just fine. Okay, so this works now. The server is ready, and now we have to add the search method to the client. So for now, let's add the search methods in our product service on the client first, and after that we implement then the search via a URL, and also then finally the search with the input text box and an own search component. But first, again, the search methods on the client, and we have our services here with the ProductService, and I want to add now the two methods, search products and get product search suggestions, and also a message now that we can also use. So maybe let's add the message first, string message, which is a property, so get set. And then the methods task search products with the search text. In essence, this will then set the products, so it doesn't need to return anything. But we've got the task list string return type for the get product search suggestions method, because we want to show the collection of words in the data list then. Okay, we got this covered, and now let's implement this. Again, we can use the quick fix menu to implement the interface and remove this here. All right, and we can already initialize this with loading products. All right. And now regarding the methods, we say in the search products maybe async method, and we say that the result is await HTTP get from JSON async a service response with a list of products. And the URL now is, again, let's use the $sign here for the search text, API product and search, and then the search text. Okay, don't see it really. Maybe we can put this in the new line. Yeah, that's nice. And after that, of course, we set the products with result data. And if the products count now, that's why we can use the message, is 0, then, Jesus, products count 0, then we say the message is no products found. And in the end, again, we raise the event products have been changed. Okay, so this is the search products method, and now the get product search suggestions async. And here our result is in essence something similar. Let's try copy and pasting this again. It is a list of strings now, of course. So now the URL is search suggestions. Okay. And in the end, we return the result data. Okay. And now let's go real quick to the product list component. There it is. And instead of loading products, we now show product service message. All right. And now with that in place, we first implement the search via the URL in the index eraser component, meaning that when we use a specific URL, which is actually, again, pretty nice to share, maybe, then we start the search. And after that, we implement the search component with the input text field and the data list. All right, so first to the index eraser here, and we add a new page directive for that, because the user should be able again to search search and also share this link. So we add search and then search text. And yes, maybe you've got a question here. A category called search wouldn't work anymore, because now if we see a search and a search text, then this URL here will be matched. So then a search is started in this case. Okay, anyways, after that we also need another parameter, which is now not the category URL. This is the search text now, of course. Search text, which is a string. Okay, this works. And after that, we say if the search text, so we double check if it is not null, then we say await product service search products with the search text. And after that, we simply return. Use the correct typing, writing, typing, you know what I mean. And this should be it already. Of course, instead of using the return here, we could use the else case. But anyways, both ways work. And let's test this already, I would say. We can now go back again. And here now, let's go to the home page first. So let's just remove the API and so on. This works. Let's refresh. And now we can say search and maybe again science. And we get the same products. Isn't that nice? And with Dia, for instance, we get Diablo 2. This is amazing. Already works. And now it's time to implement the search component. All right, now this is exciting. First, the search component. This one should be added in our shared folder because we might want to add it to the menu or to the top bar, you name it, and maybe you want to add it on another place. I don't know, but still, it's a good idea to use this component as a shared component. So let's just add this razor component here, and we give it the simple name search. So now we've got our search component, and the very first thing here we need is injecting some stuff, and in our case this would be the navigation manager and the ProductService. The navigation manager actually will be used to redirect the user or navigate the user to the search URL that already works. And the product service, well, I think this is clear by now. So first inject navigation manager, and also inject ProductService, ProductService. And now before we write some HTML, we move to the code block and add some private fields here. The first one is the search text again, which is at first an empty string. Then we've got our suggestions. You remember we return the suggestions from the service call. So here's our list of suggestions now. Suggestions. New list of strings. And this here is not a function. Yep, error's gone. And we've got an element reference. This is something new, a protected element reference, and this will be our input text field, because what I want to do is actually when the page is loaded, I want to focus the input text field so the user can directly start typing a product he or she wants to search for. Okay, and after that, now we introduce the third lifecycle method, onAfterRender, because only with the onAfterRender method we can actually focus the search input. So we've got protected, override, async task, and then onAfterRender async. And now this is important. We've got a bool flag here, boolean flag for the first render. This means that only after the component was rendered for the first time, then we focus the search input. Otherwise this would be done all the time, but in our case it should only be done in the beginning. So search input, and now there's this cute method here, focus async, and that's it. This is how we focus our input text field, and after that we add another function to search the products. So public void search products, and now here we simply navigate the user, as I already said, to the specific URL. I think this is quite neat, because the user directly gets the URL he or she can share with other people, or just bookmark the URL, for instance. So this is already our search products method, and then we need a handle search method, and this handle search method will listen to the keyboard events, so meaning the keys the user has entered. When the user enters enter or types enter, then we will call the search products method, and for the other characters we will call the get product search suggestions method. So public async task handle search, again the keyboard events is what we want, these are the arguments, And now what we do is we check if the key is either null or the key equals enter. Then we call search products, and else if the search text length, and now of course this is important and totally up to you, how many characters does the user have to enter before he gets some suggestions. Let's start with 1 character. So if we entered 2 characters, then we start getting suggestions. So in this case, then we say suggestions is ProductService, await ProductService, get product search suggestions with the search text, almost search text, that's the correct one. And then we are also done here. So this is our code block. And now the last thing we have to do is implementing the HTML. So first, the div with a class input group provided by Bootstrap. And then already we add an input field. Close this already, and this thing gets some attributes now. First, we use bind value, and this is our search text. And then we manually set the bind value event with bind value event, and in our case we want to use on inputs. We could just use bind. We did this before in another lecture, but in this case the event would be different. This is, you see it here already, it binds the on change event, but in our case we manually set the bind value first and then also set the event to on input. The type is search, so the type of the input field. We wanna bind the on key up event to our handle search method now. So I think now it's coming together. We add a class for control, so it looks a bit better. We can also add a placeholder, simply search maybe. And the last thing, then the reference. So we got the element reference is search input. Okay, and this is already our input field. And then for the suggestions, we add a data list. And this data list now is filled with a for each. And here, now for every suggestion in our suggestions string list, we add an option. And this is simply now the current suggestion. And after that, we add a button, because we not only want to use the keyboard, maybe the user wants to use a search button, and that's why in the handle search method here, we also check if the key is null. And for that button, we say div class and then input group append. So the button is on the right side of the input text field. And in here now, we add a button with the class button primary on click. And this tells me this was not true what I just said. It's not the button, it's actually clicking on a suggestion which would call the handle search method, and then the key would be null. Here, of course, we call the search products method, so please excuse this a little error here. This was wrong, of course. And now here we simply add an icon OI and now OI magnifying glass, but no text. I think this is okay. Okay, now this is our search component. Now, of course, we have to put this somewhere, and let's put this into our main layout here. And maybe instead of the about link, we can simply add search. Now we've got our search bar, and let's also fix one little thing in the CSS of our main layout. It says that here it would hide the top row, and I actually want to show it so that we have the search bar also in the case that the max width of the device is only 640 pixels. Okay, now finally let's save this. It's rebuilt, and now let's have a look. Here is already our search bar, and you see that it is already focused. We can refresh. Beautiful. And also here now it's not here. Maybe we have to empty the cache. Yeah, now it is here. This is great. And now let's try this. For instance, I enter half and I can search for it, but I do not see the data list. So maybe something is not correct here. Let's have a quick look again in our search component. There it is, data list. We forgot to set an ID. We actually have to set an ID, and I forgot to set the list here. So ID products, and then here we set the list to products. All right, that's nice. Maybe that's good for learning this. So if you use an input text field and a data list together, you have to set a list and also the ID. Now we save this, and when this is now rebuilt, can have a look at the network tab again. And now with the now this works just fine, and we can see exactly this stuff and look for the items. And again, for when we look for science, for instance, we get these items. And let's do this again. The URL changes. This now finally works the way I want it to. Okay, great. Now we've got our search, and I think that now is also the time. Come on, please go away. Okay. Now it's also the time to finally change the layouts, because this is still the default layout of a Blazor application, but maybe we can change it now and switch the menu a little bit. We won't change a lot, of course. I'm really not a designer, but in this way, when we do this, you at least learn how you can change the layout. Okay, so let's do that next. All right, now how does the layout work in essence? Maybe you've seen it already in the app Razor component. We've got our default layout here set in the route view, and this is actually the main layout. And also here, in the case URL or route was not found, then we also use the main layout, and the main layout really is just this class here. Again, a Razor component, and this is now important. This thing inherits from layout component base. So this then is classified as a layout, and actually you can put anything you want in here. But the most important thing, I guess, is the body part here, because there then the body is displayed, meaning this stuff you want to see in the route, meaning we here have a NavMenu and a search component now. But for instance, if we go to a specific page like the index page, then this stuff here is displayed in the body part of the layout. And that's actually the whole magic. So it's really simple. And to change the layout, you just create a new file, a new layout file, and replace it in the app Razor component. And I would say we do exactly that. Don't want to change the main layout here. I really just copy and paste this. So really just copy the main layout, paste it here again, and call this thing now shop layout maybe. And let's do the same here for the CSS. Paste this, and we call this now shop layout Razor CSS. And let's do also the same for the NavMenu. So we get a new menu. Let's paste this here and call this shop NavMenu. Okay, and also the CSS. So here, copy and paste. Again, copy. Now we've got two more. So call this one also shop NavMenu .razor.css. Okay, so now we've got our files, and now we can already set the shop layout here. Shop layout. Shop layout. Doesn't recognize the change for now, but I hope it does in a second. Anyways, what you can still already do is actually change the layout. So in our shop layout Razor component now, what I actually want to do is remove the sidebar and use two horizontal menus. So far only with the search component, and later we will also add a home button. So to do that, we've got the sidebar here. So let's remove it here. One thing I want to change also is this class, and this is so the first horizontal menu, let's say, or the first top row where we have the search bar. And then let's also add now the navigation, and we will use a class NavMenu here and add the shop NavMenu. And after that, we add the body. So this should actually be the shop layout. Again, I hope this will be recognized in a minute. And then to the CSS, we also have to make some changes. We've got the sidebar, of course, but what we can do now here, instead of removing it, we just call this NavMenu. And let's also change the color maybe. Of course, I'm looking this up. Here, this is 4462 and then 80. And here, I'm using another color, which is 52, 73, and then 94. Okay, now this is the background image. And then we've got this thing here where I want to use only .5 for the margin, so we get more space. And then we can remove the sidebar class down here. Don't need that anymore. And this should be it for the shop menu. Now to the shop nav menu. Again, this shouldn't be a sidebar now, of course, so it's not a column anymore. So we have to make some changes here as well. First, again, we need more space, and then we add another class here called navbar toggler wrapper. we remove the link to the home page. We will replace that. And then we change the CSS classes of the menu. So instead of flex column, we'll use a class called flex nav, and also get a bit more space here and also there. And we don't need the drop-down divider now. And now in the CSS, in the navbar toggler now, we set the color, not the background color, the color. For the nav items, we remove this here because we do not have a column anymore. We have a row, so we don't want to change the top and the bottom padding of the first and the last item, but for every item actually, we want to set the padding top to 0.5. And then we add a new class. Can do that here, where we say flex nav is now flex direction column. And now in here, I also add the navbar toggler wrapper to display none, and also add the flex nav, and here it would be a row. Okay, I hope I did not make any mistake. Let's just see. We've got an error. Scope CSS file, mailer, copy razor CSS. Okay. Maybe we have to stop the application, restart it again. Nope. Maybe we have to rebuild the whole solution. Let's try that again. Nope. What the hell is going on here? Scope CSS file, shared, main layout, copy razor. Okay, so maybe we have to fix this manually. I think we can remove this item group here. I don't know why it was created, but let's try this. Jesus. Why is it still not working? Let's stop this and rebuild again. Because now I don't see any issues. So maybe now it works. Nope. Okay, let's restart Visual Studio really. So I close it and open this project again. Okay, this is the client project file. And now let's go to the Blazor e-commerce server folder. Again, .NET watch run. Oh, come on. Okay, so we see these files are really still here. I don't really get why, but let's just remove them. And they are still... Okay, there's something went wrong here. I don't know why. We've got our shop layout and the shop nav menu. Haven't really seen this. I see on my other screen now this stuff works. Here it is. Okay, stupid mistake. I don't know what happened, but now we see the new design. Isn't that great? But again, let's try this by saving, and hopefully now, yeah, it's rebuilding. Great. Okay, everything works now, and we can switch the categories. The menu looks different, and I can also look for items here, new products, other products. I can also look for some products here. Okay, now this works great. And now in the next step, I know it's not the best design, but still we've got another design. Isn't that great? Oh, and of course here responsiveness, right? We can also see that this works on a phone maybe. Okay, but enough about that. Let's add a home button now. I want to place it here left to the left side of the search bar. So let's do that next. Okay, I call this thing home button, so let's add a new Razor component in our shared folder. Home button Razor. There it is. And again, you've seen this thing in the introduction, but what I want to do here, in essence, just display a button that leads the user or navigates the user to the start screen, and we add a little design to this home button so that you have the option to put your brand name here, the name of your shop. This is in essence the goal of this home button. So first we inject the navigation manager, and actually let's start with the HTML now. It's simply a button, and when this button is clicked, so for the on-click event, we will create a new method in a second, go to home, and also we will add a class or some classes, button outline, primary, and also home button. This we will add ourselves, my shop. And now in the code block, the function go to home, navigation manager, navigate to the start page in essence. And now again we use CSS Isolation, so we add a new item, CSS style sheet, home button Razor CSS, and in here now we add the home button class, and this thing gets white space, no wrap, margin right of 10 pixels, and also we transform this, we rotate this a little bit, transform rotate by -5 degrees. Okay, this should be it already. And now of course we add this home button to our beautiful new layout. On top of the search we add home button. That's it. And now let's see, it is building. These two arrows are not correct. I don't know why Visual Studio is not recognizing this. But when we now have a look on our page, this is the wrong Chrome instance. Let's have a look at this instance, also not the correct instance. Here it is. I have too many Chrome tabs open, and here is our home button. Isn't that nice? So now when we are, for instance, on another category, then we can go to the home page right here. And because we do not want to see all our products on the home page, next up we will introduce featured products. So we want to see a certain amount of products here. I will put this to 3. So 3 products that are featured will be displayed here on the start page. And to be able to do this, we first have to add the featured flag to our product model. So back to Visual Studio. And now here in our product model, we add, maybe below the category ID, prop bool and then featured, like that. And then we also have to fix the seeding. So to the data context, oh wait, before we do that, by default the items are not featured. And now in the data context, we choose 3 products that should be featured. And let's say the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is the first one. Then Back to the Future. All right, and then also Day of the Tentacle. It's a great game, so I think this should be featured as well. All right, and with that we add a new migration. So we stop the application, get some space, and we say .NET EF migrations add featured products. This worked, and when we have a look, we see we get a new column, and also we update our data here. This looks good, so let's update the database now with .NET EF database update. All right, and now let's see, we refresh the database. And our products now have a featured flag. And let's close this and have a look again. And yep, there they are. Hitchhiker's Guide is featured, Back to the Future, and also Day of the Tentacle. All right, next up, we load these featured products. Now to load these products, of course, we have to make changes again to the ProductService interface and the ProductService on the server project or in the server project. Now this method this time really returns a list of products. So we can copy and paste this, and we call this method now get featured products. And we don't need an argument here, so get featured products, that's the correct one. We implement it again right here. Now it's on top, why not? Async get featured products, and the implementation, straightforward actually. We get a response, which is a new service response with a list of products. And in here, we set the data to await context products, but now where the featured flag is set to true, and we also include the variants. And after that, turn this into a list. Okay, and then we return the response and add the semicolon. All right, so we've got our service response with only the featured products. And now to the product controller, we copy and paste this method here. Because we return a list of products, we call this get featured products with no arguments. remove the argument here as well, and this is get featured products. But of course we have to change the URL, and let's just call this featured. All right, this should be it for the server, and now we can already change one little thing in the client. Actually, now in the product service, maybe you remember when we don't get a category, we display all the products, or we receive all the products. But now let's only get the featured ones. So featured, and with that we should already see that only the featured products are displayed on the start page. And that's correct. Isn't that nice? We see the books here, movies here, video games, but on the home page we only get the featured products, and you also see the call here. So this works, but maybe we can change the design of the featured product a little bit. So let's create a specific component only to show the featured products next. Now, to create the featured products component, we add a new component in the shared folder, add new Razor component, and we call this one featured products. And the first thing we need is now the product service. And again, here we will listen to the products changed event. So we also implement the iDisposable interface to subscribe and also unsubscribe to this event. And to do that, we first override the onInitialized method and fix the design and the formatting. So now product service products changed plus equals state has changed, and public void dispose almost the same, so we can copy and paste this, and we unsubscribe. Okay, so far the code block. And now to the HTML. This is a bit more than you would expect. Maybe first we add a title and center this title. And these maybe are the top products of today, or we call it featured products, whatever. And then if the product service products are null, or the product service products list has a count of 0, then we display the message of the product service. So add product service message. But if we got some products, then we want to show them. And now we add a div here with a new class that we will create after adding the HTML. Because what I want to show you here now is actually I want to display a div that you can scroll horizontally. This is especially nice on the phone maybe, if you like it. If not, do it in another way. Anyways, first what we need here now, for every product we do something. So we add a for each. And for every product now, in the product service products list, we check if the product is featured. Then we add another div. Featured product will be the class. And then another div, and in here a link to the products. product, and then the product ID. And of course, we will use the image here. So image source is then product image URL. We close this div, already did that. Then we display the title of this this product, also with the link. So href again is product ID, and then the product title. And now the variants again, if the product variants are not null and the product variance count is greater than 0, in this case we display a price h5 class price, and here this should be $@ProductVariants 0, so the first one, and the price. We close the div, close it again. That's the HTML. Now the CSS. For that we add another file, of course. That's a style sheet, and here we say featured products eraser CSS. That's the correct one. And yeah, now this is getting tedious, I know, but still, please stay with me. We have a container where we say display flex. And by the way, of course, if you don't want to type this with me, please go to the GitHub repository and just copy and paste this. We've got a flex direction, which is a row. We've got the overflow. This is how we then show the scroll bar. Auto, format this, and justify content is center. After that, for the image, I want to say maximum width to 200 pixels. Maximum height is 200 pixels. Again, we have a border radius, which is 6 pixels. Transition, transform is 0.2 seconds, and the margin bottom is 10 pixels. And on hover, we say transform, again scale it a little bit like that, and also rotate it, because this product is featured, right? So we not only scale it, we also rotate it a little bit. Then we've got our featured product class, and here we say margin is 10 pixels. Text align is center. Padding 10 pixels. Border 1 pixel. Solid light gray. Border radius is 10 pixels, and the maximum width really is 200 pixels. And now the last thing, and then we're done. For the phone, maybe any mobile device, for this size, we say container justify content, flex start. Okay, and now we also have to display the featured products, of course, and we do that in the index razor. And now here we have to decide if we want to display the featured products or the product list. So now here we say if the search text is null and the category URL is null, like that, then we want to display the featured products, and in the other case we show the product list. And now also, of course, we have to make the proper call. So now we use the else case here. Actually, else if we've got a category URL. Category URL is not null. Then we get the products. Something is not correct here. Else if. What's the problem now? Have you seen my mistake? Okay. Turn. Else if. Else. All right. Let's copy this one. Put it here. Category URL is not null. We want to get these, and if we have no category URL and no search text, then we simply get the products. And here then, when we go to the implementation, we see that we get the featured products then. Okay, so this should be everything, I hope. It is building and loading, and here are our products, but the time is not nice. Let's fix that real quick. Got the scale transform. Yeah. Is it rebuilding? Nope. Maybe I can empty the cache. Nope. We have to rebuild it. Now it is. And now it's smooth. Okay, nice. So now we got our top products or our featured products, and this is what I wanted to achieve in this responsive view here. We can scroll horizontally. I like that. And of course, we can then go to the images. Oh, and this is not correct, so maybe we can fix that later. Anyways, this works. Nice. Okay, so we got our featured products. Hope you like this. And the next feature we are going to implement is the pagination. So when we search products here, for instance, science might result into some products, yeah. And then we get the list here. It's not much, of course, but maybe we want to only display 2 products on one page and then skip the next page or go to the next page. And for that, we will implement pagination next. All right, so pagination. Again, this is for our search only. In the search for products, I will implement, or we are going to implement together, a pagination, meaning we only display 2 or 3 products per page, and then can also select the next page, the previous page, and so on. And for that, well, we have to build some stuff, of course, on the server as well as on the client. And to be more exact, we also have to do some more entity framework magic. But the very first thing we need is a data transfer object. Now, what is that? Until now, we've got our models here, like the product, the category, and all this other stuff here. And the models or the classes you see here is also exactly the same thing we are returning to the client. But this should not always be the case. Later, in particular in the authentication section, you will not return the complete user object, for instance, to the client. You only want to see, for instance, the username and, I don't know, some more properties, or the other way around. When we log in, we do not send the complete user object with all the information of the user to the server to log in. We will use a DTO, a data transfer object that only consists of the username and the password. But in the database, we won't have a table that only consists of the username and the password. At least there will be an ID, for instance, and to be more precise, we will have a password hash, a salt, and so on. But this is for the authentication section. Here now, what I want to do is add a data transfer object, a DTO, so an object to transfer data to the client, in essence, where we put the list of products and also the number of pages and the current page. So let's create a new class, and we call this now product search result. Now, of course, there are ways or practices that might be better or worse, good or bad. I just call this here product search result. You could also do something like that and add a DTO text at the end so that you know that this is a data transfer object and not an actual model. What we could also do is, of course, create another folder for only the DTOs or for only the models. So this is a bit more organized, but I think it's totally sufficient here in this course to just use it like that. We add a new DTO that lives side by side with the models, and we call it only product search results, because now when we search for products, we not only want to return a list of products, we want to return this list here. So we've got a list of products, call this products, and also again add the number of pages and then the current page the user is at with these products. So this is our DTO. And next up, we will implement the product search pagination on the server, and we have to make some changes to the product service for that, of course. So first we go to our iProduct service, and now here search products is not returning a list of products anymore. It is returning a product search result. So product search results like that, and the brackets are correct. And now to the first we also have to give this thing a second argument here, and this is the page we want to see, because when we are then making this call with a specific search text, we will also tell the server to receive or to give us to return a certain page, the first one, the second one, and so on. Okay, so these are the changes in the interface, and now of course we have to make the same changes here in the implementation class. So where is it? Search products. We return product search result, and here we've got our page. And now regarding the implementation, we have really some stuff to do. The very first thing I want to add here is the number of page results, meaning how many products do we want to see on one single page. So let's just call this page results, and we set this to 2. And then we need a page count. So how many pages are there in the results? And for that, we say math ceiling. So we get the max number in essence. And in here now, we use our find products method. And from that, we can get a count when we add some brackets here, the count, and then we divide this by the page results. So this is then our page count. And now regarding the products, we unfortunately have to do it a little bit different now. So we cannot use our find products by search method. So we actually have to copy some code. And this thing here, it's almost the same. So we choose this code and then say skip page -1 times the page results, and this actually should also be put in brackets. So we skip this amount of product results, and then after that we take page results and page results, and then turn this into a list. So what exactly is happening here? Now, first, maybe you might be wondering, what is this F doing here? Well, because of the division here, we need this to have this specific type, and which is single, as you can see here. And then the result of the page count is double, and then here we have to turn it into an integer. Otherwise, this wouldn't really work. So this is why we have to do it that way. And then with skip and take, what we're doing here, maybe you already know it. With skip, we say, okay, give me the current page, which starts with 0, times the page results. And if we really want to see the first page, then the value here of this formula is 0. So we won't skip any result, we won't skip any product. And after that, from the complete result, so from all the products, we take the number of product that is, well, the page results. So we get 2 products then. But for instance, if we want to see page 2, then this would be 2 minus 1, which is 1, times 2, the page results. So we would skip the first 2 products, which is in essence the first page, and after that get the next 2, so product 3 and 4, and so on. And this is the whole magic, actually. And with that, Entity Framework knows exactly what to return here. Okay, so this is actually the final result then. And after that, we create our new response, which is now, of course, a service response with a product search result. Data now is a new product search result. New product search result with products set to the products. And then the current page is the page that was given, and the number of pages is page count as an integer, like that. And then we return the response. Okay, so this is the search products method, and then we have to change the controller. So in the product controller, search products, of course, the return type is different now. So product search result. We have a new argument here, which is the page. By default, we set this to 1, but we also add this argument here, page. And after that, let's have a look. I think there are some brackets missing. Okay, now this works. And then we add the page here as well. Okay, so for the controller, and maybe we can test this already in the address bar of the browser. So let's go back to Chrome real quick. There we are. Okay, it's not really working anymore, but what we can do here is, for instance, use page. Oh, of course we have to add the API string here in product search sci1. This is our first page. And again, when we see all the calls, we are on page 1. There are 3 pages, and we get these 2 products. What about page 2? We get these 2 and so on. That's nice. And if I just forget the page, then there's nothing at this address. Okay. All right, but this works. Nice. Okay, so the server part is done, and next let's add the pagination to the product service on the client. All right, so on the client, again, the product service, and there's a lot we have to add here. First, what I want to see is the current page. So we add the current page as a property like that, and then we need the page count. Get set, and also the last search text, because when we when we switch the pages, move to other pages, then we have to use the same search text, because we are actually making the search again and again and again. We do not store all the products on the client and also not on the server. This whole thing is stateless, so we need to know at least the search text. So this one is stored on the client then. So string last search text, get set, and the last thing here is simply change the arguments. Let's just add the page here. Okay, so we got the current page, the page count, the last search text, and we added the page parameter to the search products method. And now for the service implementation, let's have a look. Maybe we can copy this thing here instead of implementing the interface automatically. So we've got the current page, which should be 1 by default. Then the number of pages, the page count in the beginning is 0. We will change that when we make the call. And then the string last search text is, in our case, first an empty string, and of course we will change that as well. And now down to the search products method int page. Okay, and before we implement the search products, we have to add something to the get products actually, because when we searched something and then we go back For instance, we have to set the current page and the page count. So after our products, we set the current page again to 1, page count to 0, and if the products count is 0, then we set the message to no products found. Okay, that's that. And now the search product method. First, we set the last search text to search text. So we stored this one. That's great. And now we have to add our page here in the URL like that. And after that, the products are now result data products. Yeah, sure. We have to change this as well. That's a product search result now. Okay, products, now it works. The current page is then result data current page, and the page count is result data pages. Okay, we got the same check for the products count, no products are found, and then we invoke this thing. Okay, this should be it. This is the client implementation, and now to test that we have to add our pagination to the components. Let's do that next. So first, let's go to the search component in our shared folder. Where is it? Here it is. And in here now, in our search products method, we add page 1 by default. That's that. And then in the index, we add the page to the search tag, to the route. That was the term I was looking for. So let's say we add the page as an integer. And then, of course, we have to react to that. First, we add the parameter here. This is now an integer. Call this page. By default, it is 1. And then here, we also insert the page to the search products method. Okay, and now the last thing actually, here is the implementation. Now the last thing is adding the buttons for the different pages to the product list component. So in our, again, in the shared, already are here, product list, there it is. Here now, at the bottom, I would say, we add some buttons. So for the index, which is initialized with 1, and then product service page count. So as long as I is less or equal the page count, we want to display a link that looks like a button. This is an href with the class button. And now in here, we not only add the class button, also the class page selection. So we also need the quotation marks here. And also what I want to do is when we are on the, or when the, how do I say this? When the current page, when we want to show the, I want to highlight the current page. So for that, I need another class. And for that, I have to use the ternary operator, the ternary operator again. So if my machine is not crashing, I hope, I equals the product service current page. Then we will use the class button info, and if not, we will use the class button outline info, and that's, yeah, that should be it actually, I guess. Okay, and then we add the href with search, and then product service last search text, not the interface, product service last search text, and then our index, and we display the current index. Okay, now this was more complicated than I hoped. So again, for every available page, we display a link that looks like a button. We will add this class here in a second. And if the current page is the number of this button here, then we will use the class button info. If not, we will use an outline button design, and then of course we also add the href here. And now real quick, the class, which is the page selection, and this is simply a margin right of 15 pixels and a margin bottom of 30 pixels, like that. Okay, I hope this works now. It is building, and it did. And now let's see. We refresh the page. Yeah, there are the buttons. But what about the CSS? Yep, now it works. Great, already works. So when we now look for science, we get this result, and we can indeed change the pages. Isn't that great? And here you see all the calls. We can filter them again by XHR, which stands for, by the way, XML HTTP requests. So these are our actual calls here with the proper URL. Great stuff. Okay, so this is the pagination. Hope you like it. And now, finally, something maybe you were already waiting for. We need a button to buy some stuff, or at least add it to our cart. And the cart is this thing that we are going to introduce next. Now, if you really made it this far, you've definitely got what it takes to watch the complete course. You already learned lots of stuff. You showed me that you've got the patience, the willpower to do all this, to learn everything. Tedious work at times, I know, but I think it's definitely worth it. So, if you made it this far, please check out the links in the video description below. If the course is available, you will find the link to the complete course there. If not, please consider subscribing to my newsletter to be the first to know if this course, or as soon as this course has been released. But if you already want to dive deep into Blazor WebAssembly, then maybe you want to check out the Blazor WebAssembly Full Stack Bootcamp. Also, a link in the video description. We're going to build an online browser game there, not an e-commerce application, but still very interesting in my opinion and lots of fun. Anyways, I'd really appreciate it if you click the like button and subscribe to my channel if you learned something. But I guess if you made it this far, you definitely learned something, and maybe you again want to subscribe to my newsletter. And last but not least, again, thank you so much to everybody buying me a coffee. This is the only way I can do all this, staying awake with a toddler baby boy with a toddler boy. Things can get a bit stressful at times. Okay, so thank you very much for all the coffee. Thank you very much for watching my videos. Now there's more to come in the near future, I promise. Well, and I can only say, take care. See you next time. Bye bye.